Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio. We have a featured live stream tonight, part of our Team Michigan series we are running. We have some of the cash game players from Michigan and Ohio coming in. I have my friend Dom in the booth with me tonight. I will also possibly be in the game later. Dom, thanks for coming out.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it. We're going to give a little bit of analysis, a little deeper analysis on tonight's game from, we play with these guys on a pretty regular basis, a lot of the guys in the lineup, and we're also going to have Carlos and Adam in the booth with us tonight. But I want to start out by highlighting the Team Michigan Poker Series going on out in the room. We are exceeding our expectations when it comes to field size. We had our seniors event at 2:00. Registration is closed for that. I believe we had just over 100 entries. We currently have our 8-man No Limit Hold'em PLO mixed event going on, and I think registration is close to closing in that. But yes, we have a 5, 10, 25 featured cash game tonight. Buy-in's going to be $2,000 minimum, $10,000 maximum, or 50% match. They'll be playing bomb pots on the dealer change. I think we're going to be starting the night with a bomb pot. We will get more into the schedule later on. Something to note, some live streams players are not allowed to have their phones. Tonight we have all agreed to we have a pretty lengthy delay, and the players have all agreed to have their phones on them. Looks like we're starting out with a $100 bomb pot. It's going to be a double board bomb pot. Looks like the button is going to start in the 4 seat on Corey. Dom, you want to go a little bit into why we start these games off with bomb pots, or the purpose of bomb pots in these cash games? They became very popular.
A friend of mine likes to use the phrase the velocity of chips. And what that refers to is just how quickly the chips are moving from someone's stack into the middle. We always think about good games as having a high velocity of chips. A lot of chips are moving quickly into the pot, and with bomb pots it always forces people to go ahead and put some money in and see where the chips end up at the end of the hand. It creates a nice level of volatility, gets people start to feel some different things.
Yeah.
And that's how these poker games come alive.
And just to note, I am not on the table. I was going to play. Action Andy is actually in my seat. Sure if we can get that changed. Plouffe is actually Action Andy sitting in the 2 seat. But anyway, so the way a bomb pot works is everyone gets dealt a hand, and then we just put the board out immediately, and then action starts on the flop. The double board is out there, like Dom said. We wanna get some action going. We want to get the chips flying. In other words, we want players to get stuck, and that drives the action.
Yeah.
Where are we at here?
600.
Vince throwing out.
Fold.
Looks like 600.
So Vince has 2 pair on both boards, and a really key part of playing these bomb pots is to have a hand that's worth something on both boards.
Fold. Fold. We're good. Fold. Robert heads up. What's your name?
Vince takes us down there with quite
Alternate Andy.
jacks and 5s on the top board there. You can see on the graphic, and aces and 4s on the bottom.
We also have the nut flush there. Nut flush draw on the top board. Hearts.
Check.
Looks like Dash called his bet on the turn. So we did see a river here. Looks like Vince has a check mark on both boards.
Check 5, 2 pair here.
Dash is just now finding out the bad news. Double checking. Nothing there still.
That's the shoot back.
Vince is gonna take it down.
Okay,
25.
do with
Dash
one.
is
Bomb pot button.
That's for.
They are going to do a bomb pot
Yeah.
every dealer change, which is approximately every 30 minutes.
4, now we're playing safety and one more.
That's what we're doing.
This will be our first hand in the, looks like the button's going to start in the
You were playing 10 points.
5, 10, 25. The $50 straddle is optional.
I mean, it's up to the table, but
Again, starting stacks, 2K minimum,
You can
10K
you
maximum. It looks like most of the players
I
have
got 50 each.
chosen to start with either 5K or 10K. Looks like,
Okay, Chad, whatever you
Adam,
say.
Joe,
Whatever you say.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll work for
Joe
it.
and Joe.
Split it later.
Whatever you say.
I mean, hell. That would be fun.
The
You guys
red
are
chips are
acting
all
too
worth
good.
$5. Green chips
Oh,
25. Black
No,
chips
'cause
are
they-
100.
Yeah.
I know
And
why.
right now, the largest chip denomination on the table looks like purples, which are
Everybody on
$500
spot?
each.
You guys
I do expect the 1K pumpkin orange chips, they call them,
4 and
to
6.
get in play pretty quick, though. I don't.
That's 4. I got folds from the first 4 spots.
Right.
Thank you. Yep, to the butt. Raised 200.
Folds over to Corey. He's gonna open here to 200.
Calls 2. Calls 2.
King 9-4-5, suited 5.
Got Vampire calling in the small blind. Joe in the big blind.
After this hand here, we'll get into a little background of our 9 players here tonight. I was just waiting for the graphic to be updated. But yeah, we will give you a little bit of an intro on all the players here.
Great person.
It's like we're making change.
Spot 9.
Not sure why we were waiting on the flop here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fold, okay. So I have 3 players now. Apparently you have 2.
Gotcha, dealer is needing to make change.
We've got 3 players to the flop.
Check,
Vampire starts with a check.
check.
Joe checks as well. And Corey goes ahead and bets 400 into a pot of little over 600. Vampire with not much folds. And the action's on Joe.
Andy, did you win that at Connor?
Call.
No.
Goes ahead and calls.
You played?
Joe has a pair of jacks and a straight draw.
Check.
Joe does play time to time with Corey. It's important to know your audience in these type of spots. He knows Corey's range was pretty wide, c-betting that flop. Rainbow flop. Joe knows if he rips a 4 off there on the turn, that's... Where are we at now? Okay, so Corey let out for 900 on the turn.
Yep. Then Joe went ahead and called.
Oh, wow.
Got a very interesting river.
Is that a jack?
So Joe has rivered an unlikely full house. These tend to be pretty valuable hands.
Corey also made a flush. This is danger for him. He was bluffing the whole way and backed into a flush. So we'll see what he chooses to do here. Got about 3,300 in the pot.
32.25.
Did I miss Corey's action? Did he?
No, I think Joe was
Oh, Joe was first.
deciding.
Okay.
He goes ahead and goes all in, and Corey lays down his pretty small flush. Nice fold by Corey.
I'll be honest, in that spot for me, I have a hard time folding that flush. Yeah, it's a backdoor flush, but board pairs. I'm sure he put Joe on some sort of set on the flop.
Should have checked it. Wasn't making it wrong.
Do we have any volume of the... Trying to figure out if my speakers... Yeah, we can't hear the table. Cannot hear...
And it
Can you hear
looks
the
like
tabletop?
we have a double straddle here.
Well, that was
Joe's put on the the 50 and Dash just put the 100 on.
Oh, wow.
So this will really kick up the amount of money going into the pot, which usually is a good thing for games. Sometimes when you put too many straddles on, it actually slows people down because they don't want to play their normal game. So as a player, it's always important to kind of pay attention to the way people respond.
Full fold raise to 2, button folds. Fold, fold.
Yeah, but you're.
6, 7, 800 is the action. Control off the loop.
Yeah, I think control play was played ahead.
So when you're ready, I got a spot to wait on that. Raise to 800.
Spot 8.
All right, we're trying to get some audio of the table here.
So Corey has raised to 200, and Chad with the
Cards on spot.
good aces has gone ahead and 3-bet to 800. And they are about...
Okay, we're good. 800, the action's a
Joe
10,
called with
fold.
Jack 6-4.
Spot 1 folds as well. Spot 4 calls. I got a chain.
Everybody sit on top.
Couple times.
Okay, so we've got a heads up to the flop. Chad with the aces. Corey with the ace, king, 10 deuce.
65 is in the pot. It's the bet. Fold.
Oh, there we go. We now have audio to the table. Game changer.
Fantastic.
Game changer. It was hard for us to follow the action there at first. Alright, I didn't see. Did Chad end up winning there with the mason?
Yeah, Chad bet the flop and Corey folded.
Gotcha. Alright, so let's get into some of these players, Dom. Let's just start in the 1 seat here. Got Dash Dudley. He's a pretty well-known PLO player. Few bracelets, actually. Very good tournament player and cash game player. I see him all around.
Extremely sharp in
Extremely.
all poker games. Very savvy and one of the nicest guys you'll meet at the poker table.
Yes. Dash is a... I always tell everyone, I've never met one player in the poker community
6, 7, and 8.
that dislikes Dash. I've never heard it. He's also a very engaged member in the Team Michigan group. Really happy to see him out here representing during our series and being a part of these featured games we're running.
Actions up to spot 3, fold.
And Dash always brings great energy to the table with a very fun sense of humor.
Fold.
Alright, we have... Not sure, did Dash straddle here, or did he not?
Yeah, I think Andy put the live $100
Okay.
straddle.
Chad called over to Joe, he popped it up to 4 1/4. Joe D.
Call 425. You got 3 players.
Who's gonna have the highest beat tip tonight, boys?
Yeah. What's your answer?
Dash asking all the players who's going to have the highest VPIP. What he's referring to is basically who's going to play the most hands pre-flop, who's going to voluntarily put chips in the pot.
800.
He's speculating that Chad might be the best action in the game.
I'm lucky if I can remember what beats what. Figure it out at the river if you have to get there.
Joe takes it down. No one really had much to fight back against Joe's bet with. So pretty expected outcome there.
Alright, we got action Andy in the 2 seat.
We know purple should look like.
I'm strong.
Hey, there you go.
I call that
Serious
proposition.
proposition.
Can't say no to that.
Yeah, for sure.
Still early.
I think Corey has the 200 on this hand. It's getting out of hand early here. We have 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 200.
He's guilty. Okay. Okay. You say so, Your Honor.
I can't
Just
tell
like-
if Vampire.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
all
no, we
good.
stopped at the
Actions
200.
at 5.
I didn't think Vampire would have the
Raise
400
500.
on.
Anyway,
I was trying to give you
I was trying to give you
that. Call 5.
Vince is gonna limp the button. Actually, Vampire raised to 500. Okay.
Vince is called on the button. The actions of Joe.
Fold.
Small blind. Big one. He folds.
Fold. Call 5. Raise. It's like 2,000.
Jake goes ahead and puts in a 3-bet here with the kings. And the action is on Vampire.
You can do whatever you want as a
An interesting thing that happens in these games
Fold.
where you have, at this point, 5 different blinds is the pre-flop action.
What did I drive here
gets
for?
reshuffled in a way
What in God's name?
us players with a lot of experience with 2 blinds might not recognize. So if you see stuff that
How unfortunate.
doesn't
I
really
picked up 1,700 like there's nothing.
We feel bad for you.
Why do I drive here? 100.
Sorry for the month of gas, dude.
Might have to go back out there and take my seat from Action Andy after that fold. 10, 10, 9, 7, 2 suits down. That's my favorite hand.
It looks like he's just taking a fairly cautious approach to the beginning of the game. And again, when you have 5 blinds in play, the pre-flop
Whatever you like,
looks a
dude.
little wacky.
Go nuts, dude. We can go nuts.
Hold on, there was 2 right there. They stuck together. Right, bring back. See, that happens all the time, guys. I really appreciate it. Really.
They don't have any cards either. They don't have them, right?
What's that?
New dice.
You said,
I'll read it in my
After that pot, that moves Jake into our.
Yeah.
Jake's our biggest chip stack right now, 11.6k.
Take these ones from Alibaba.
I save money on cards.
Again, I was on Action Andy in the 2 seat. Said he's a pretty familiar face down in the Detroit area. Plays a lot of PLO cash games there. Again,
I think these are cheaper.
another very well
Yeah, yeah.
liked, nice guy in the community. He's not afraid to mix it up. I will say that about Andy.
And in just the right ways, he's managed to stay around in the poker community for a long time. And if you see these guys that are still playing 5 and 10 and 15 years later, that really says something about their ability to sustain over time.
Where's the side bet?
Yes, Andy is definitely one that's been around for a while.
Sacco, you shipped the tourney.
We have a
Andy bagged
visitor.
every flight I saw.
Arthur Sacco, he won our event number 2 yesterday, the Monster Stack. He actually knocked me out. And he's saying hi to some of his friends. Congratulations, Sacco, on the win.
Sacco.
Say hello. Good luck, guys.
Check last one.
Looks like a limp pot here. Not a lot of action pre-flop.
100.
Dash goes ahead and bets 100 with his jacks. And Jake's got him tipped with some conservatively played kings.
All right. Thanks, friend.
Alright. Sorry guys, having some technical difficulties with my microphone as well. We're trying to get that fixed for you.
No. Yeah, I'll tell you later on.
Alright, looks like Vampire has the 100 on this hand.
All the action, Vince. What do you need? Full, over Chad. 1, 2, and spot 10. Cards on spot. And we're we're good. Okay, back to full. Calls 100. Calls 100.
Alright, Jake and Corey are both going to complete.
What?
Over to Vampire.
Oh, good.
Raise 4.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to pot it to 400.
Yes, sir.
Ace Ace 4-3. Jake and Corey are both going to give him action. For the 3 players to the flop.
Yeah.
Check. Check.
Everybody's got a little bit of something here, but
Check's good.
nobody has too much, so not surprised to see it check through.
Good turn card for Corey.
16. Check.
We'll go about half pot here. 700.
Full. Call 7.
Try to talk. We see Jake and Corey
check.
seeing a river here. Goes check, check. Corey's 10 takes it down.
That's good. Appreciate it. There's
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, looks like Jim's got the mic.
Or Blue's got a massage going back there. He's
Anyone
We're
excited about that?
Time to hear about me getting a massage.
Pizza at the same time. We didn't speed rubs.
It was just.
Now that'd be a good side. You get eyes on that one, but.
It's not a bad idea from Dash. A little massage while I'm in the booth here.
At the same time. That's like 10 to 1 parlay.
It's very important to stay comfortable.
Stay relaxed.
When you're playing
I do-
poker, and massages can really help.
Anybody else
that
take
when
a
you're
thousand?
playing
1,000.
12, 16-hour sessions.
Alright, looks like Joe's got the 100 on here in the 6th seat.
Cards on spot and pigeon.
So again, the blinds here are 5, 10, 25, 50, 100. That's 5 blinds. And again, that's going to really change how you want to be playing pre-flop. Very, very unusual.
Stack sizes are pretty shallow is what you're getting at, right?
Stack sizes are shallow, and also the order of pre-flop play is pretty far from what post-flop will be.
Yes, what he means is basically the first person acting pre-flop under the gun now is almost in late position once the flop comes out.
Exactly. And while they are in late position, they also have 8 other hands to act after them. So you don't have quite as much information as you usually do when you're acting pre-flop, one or 2 spots off from the button.
Check.
All right,
Caleb,
this is raised.
nice of you to join us. I didn't know you played PLO, Caleb. Note to self. You're definitely... We go way back on this stream.
Good spot too.
You'll definitely be in the next lineup I'm in. I promise you that. I did not know you played PLO. I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen an all-in pre-flop yet, have we?
We haven't.
Stack sizes being so shallow. It's almost like in a boxing match where they're just feeling each other out right now. One of these guys though has got to throw a little knockout punch, or at least go for it.
Yeah, a lot of people taking the temperature in this game right now.
Get a couple people stuff.
They gotta break through that. I can't believe it makes it 1,200. They got.
We should have bought it for 2 kilos stuff. Everyone bought all that. This we should have done. Everyone buying for 2 minutes. Everyone buying for a little pain. Everyone's going away. You know, like
Spot 7.
this loser's got 18,000. You know.
Cards on spot.
Yeah, what Corey was suggesting is that they all did a $2,000
Fold to the small fold.
showdown or flip, some may call it, to start the game.
Sweeten it up.
Raise,
There we go.
like 6. Fold, fold.
Corey's always good for this. He feels like the action
Click it.
isn't there yet. He will start speeding.
Oh, and here we have a bit of a pre-flop call.
Yeah.
Aces against double-suited ace-king king. This is a recipe to get the money in quick.
18.
I will say, Corey gave a speech, got dealt aces. I mean, just how we all draw it up, right? Give a speech. Man, there's no action. I'm going to drive the action. And wakes up with aces, runs into king, ace. Very fortunate spot for Corey.
Sometimes the poker gods just reward the spirit of gambling.
Yeah.
No heart blockers.
Not going to lie, that is me from time to
I'm
time.
trying to let everyone know.
Corey?
They can see it.
Corey,
No, they have no diamond bluff.
Oh wow, double.
One time.
Yeah, red flop.
I call it manifest crying. Cry till I get dealt a hand.
I mean, there's 2 reds out there. Oh, that's definitely not
So
interesting.
it's going to end.
But these
They're running it twice? Or?
I haven't heard.
No?
Other way around.
Ran it once.
Now that's a fun way to gamble, running it once. I like to see that sometimes. It helps people get stuck and get winner, and those are the wins that really blow the game into a hurricane.
We have Jake. Jake in the 3 seat. Jake also, I think he's from the west side of the state.
Of Michigan.
Michigan, yes.
Yep, Team Michigan guy.
Hey everybody.
Another big, Team
Hey,
Michigan
what's up,
guy.
Joe? How are you, buddy?
Oh, is that a Vic sighting? Vic, we need you in the booth, buddy.
Have fun, guys. Thank you.
I'm struggling. I'm sitting in Vic's seat right now, and these are big shoes to fill. Guy's a professional.
Nothing easier than that, huh, Corey?
He gave us some tips before we started today. Thanks, Vic. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I forgot all of them.
Getting back to Jake, he's about as experienced as they come in live poker. He likes to travel to play. I've seen him out in Vegas more times than I can count.
Why did you drive here, man?
Yes.
And always is rocking a strong beard and a temperamental personality.
200 wards? 200 bomb pot. Sounds good.
Let's gamble. 200.
Here we go, bomb pot number
We're doing
2.
2. I want to keep doing 2s.
We are.
Yeah, twos, of course.
2 more.
Yeah,
No, I'm saying 200.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to look back down.
All double boards is 200.
It's too early to go back down. $200 double board bomb pot. The players requested that for the rest of the game. Every double board is a $200 bomb pot.
At least.
Yeah, thank you.
Minimum. You can keep increasing that if you want.
So we're good to go, everybody.
Promoter, add a quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
Layer.
All right, so this bomb pot's going to be 200 a man again. Everyone's going to get dealt a hand. We're going to go right to the flop. It's going to be 1,800 in the pot. And play it out from there.
What is it? Is it bomb
Double
flex?
board.
Bomb pot or flips? Bomb pot. Double bomb.
When you win, tip the guy for it.
Oh shit, I'm supposed to do that. I forgot what the first bomb pot.
And just to finish on Jake, I know you said you see him a lot in Vegas. I play with him out there a lot also. Another solid dude.
4 and 7 on
Great guy actually. First one to buy dinner. First one to offer, I should say.
Tighten it. Put it on the dot.
He's a very strong tournament player, and a very strong cash player, and really has a nice
As long as they're all
way
there at the same time.
of talking.
At one point.
Oh, they have to be there.
Yeah.
At
So you're saying if you do them separately, it gets problems, but I guess not. Because it's expecting 4. Yeah.
So here we go. Double board again. It's very important to have a strong hand on both boards.
Check.
You see Mike now with a $1,000 chip in play there.
Fold.
Hey Bill, there is 2 alternates so far waiting. Honestly, I don't see anyone getting up. If someone does get up, I'm definitely going to get in there and start splashing.
Yeah, I'm just more of a movie guy, not a...
Just trying to study a little bit before I go in, so I'm not hopefully not the worst player in the game tonight.
Quarters.
Chad is bet. and with top 2 pair on both boards, and Dash is
But it's pretty good. Like, start the first season's
a pair and a flush draw and a
really good.
open-end flush draw.
How's the last season?
You got
Better than
you
Game
got
of Thrones?
The fourth season was better than the last season, in my
Yeah.
opinion. And I haven't seen the ending yet. I heard
calls
the
and
ending's underwhelming, but
We're
I feel
going
like
to see a
most,
couple
most
turns and a couple rivers.
yeah, right?
That's hard to.
Dash has a flush draw on both boards.
more.
And again, with 1,800 in there and only $3,300 and
What?
Wow, he
Stack
pairs
size.
he makes a boat on the turn on both boards. Chad.
Wow.
Totally turns him dead.
sometimes it's
Just change it
not
to
as
all
exciting
black.
as you wanted it to be.
Yeah. I thought you said it was a court.
Dash goes ahead and rebuys. Chad's early aggression is really paying off.
I got the button. What are we doing?
Now we're playing another bomb.
Which way is it rotating?
It goes
To the right.
Black.
And then let's race for the actual.
All right, boys. Best of luck to you the rest of the way. I'll see you in a couple hours.
So what'd you switch to?
So you'll see these graphics on the screen right now showing the stack size in dollars on the right, the number of big blinds on the left. However, again, I want to point out, with 5 blinds, the 5, the 10, the 25, the 100, the 50, then the 100, those numbers in big blinds don't really
You made that
represent
under, I was thinking of
We haven't played this. That was the bomb bomb.
Yeah. For the.
I should have 200.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
You're trying to get me 400.
Yeah. He had it out and then they pulled it out.
Robert, I didn't get
This is the Mexican, right? Listen,
We got Corey B in the 4 seat. He's been a frequent player down at the reserve for years. He's always showing love here. Same with Vampire in the 5 seat. These guys usually roll down here together. They've been on a lot of live streams here, a lot of experience. Corey and Vampire, both of them.
so just put all 4 of them.
both pleasant guys to play with.
Used to play soccer with Byron back in the day.
Always
We played a lot of
smiling.
Ohio tournaments.
Happy to
Soccer
share their
really
thoughts
good.
on any number of topics.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I was sitting
Really
there
fun
staying with the
for
Hamlins, and he
good
was like,
table conversation.
Joe, you still play soccer? I'm like, how do you know how to play soccer? He's like, we used to play against each other. It's like I was on the Paysiders. I'm like, you remember me from like, because he's from Ohio.
Yeah. Figured you guys are both competitive and then right across the board.
My memory sucks. So I can't remember people that were in my
If any
team.
of you viewers have questions about the game, about the reserve, about TeamMichigan.com or TeamMichiganPoker.com, please put them in the chat. We'll be happy to field any of your questions as the stream goes on.
Yes.
Was it your brother-in-law with the coaching job?
Yeah, he just got the head coach
It's
of
awesome.
Kentucky.
That's
450. We're excited.
Dash went from a Oregon to a
Kentucky
Kentucky
fan now?
fan.
Yeah.
Brother-in-law took the head coaching job. He was just telling Joe.
It's alright. I mean,
Congrats.
it's his roots. Like, I'm sure he
With
still
as
has like a
fast as
little
those
soft
college
spot for
football
Oregon.
coaches move these days, you just got to be ready to don some new gear. And hope you negotiated a big buyout clause, because that's walkaway money.
Yeah, it looks like it's just started.
All right,
Yeah, we
Chad
haven't
is
seen Dash rocking that Oregon gear much longer.
No. Just to share it
Chad is continuing to push the action here
like you are.
with a big bet
And then
call.
that's the title. 25
Again,
or whatever.
Fires the
25
second
would-
bullet. That aggression is really paying off. You know, some people get a little scared of all the cards and combinations in PLO, but at the end of the day, aggression still gets it done.
Yep.
And,
And then it is Joe CADA in the 6 seat. Joe is a main event winner, multiple bracelet winner.
Well, the 100's not always on, but
I believe he has
we're all from the
5 hold'em
third round
bracelets.
we
It
did.
might be wrong. It might be 4 or 5. He's a well-known player in Michigan. He's engaged with the group.
Otherwise, we're just all playing
Uh,
short.
I know.
Good to see him come down and represent Michigan during this series.
Just an absolute legend.
50s.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most successful tournament players from the
When it
state of
started,
Michigan
I already did
we've
it.
ever
I
seen,
already
and
did
he's
100.
been at it for so long that
When it
you
started,
really can't
I don't know.
doubt the results.
He's a little bit out of his element playing PLO tonight.
Just keep it rolling.
And that's the spirit we admire. People who don't just stick to what's absolutely best for them, but are willing to hop in different games and really enjoy poker. That's a fantastic game as it can stretch all the way to the highest levels of strategy, all the way down to playing for pennies and laughs and fun with friends and family.
Yes.
What's match half?
And as one of my favorite players to play with once said, at this point, we are your family because we spent so many hours together.
Yeah, you're not lying. You're not lying.
Or match the difference, like if he's got 15 at 10, you do 12-5.
Cash can help the buying player.
Trying to follow the action here. Looks like just a few limps.
I'm sure we could have a little leeway with whoever's adding on, especially if they're stuck.
Yeah, agreed.
Doesn't have to be exact science.
6 players to the
Now,
flop.
this is a very interesting flop as almost everyone in the hand has flopped it, something they can continue with the exception of Joe D.
Yeah.
Vince starts with a check. Chad with aces and eights goes ahead and bets.
And it's also got the ace of spades, dry ace of spades here to go with his top 2.
And a backdoor spade flush draw. Andy goes ahead and raises with bottom set, and with so much money in the pot and stacks being kind of short, you know, pretty normal play. What's interesting now is he's managed to fold out a lot of other people who had something, such as Vince's wrap there. But when you're facing a bet and a raise on this kind of board, it can get a little difficult to continue with just a straight draw.
Look at Chad. He knows that he doesn't.
I'm sorry.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah, he doesn't love calling Andy here, but
I know you
Andy took the ability to bluff the spade away by just raising.
You fucking see, though, what do you think you got? Common sense. Like if somebody's gotta be a loser.
Yeah, he really doesn't like facing this race here with just top 2 pairs.
That's a very knowledgeable take there, though, by Chad. You can see his experience there. Can't fold, but he
I need
thought
6. I
was-
paid time, dude. No slowing down on that.
What are you trying to do here?
Oh, wow.
I told you not to sort of say something.
No one way. I drove up. This guy knew that I'm gonna call.
Lip on it.
Did you know he had no
And
such
Andy has
limit?
the smile of a guy who knows he's in great shape.
Uh-oh. Right away. Uh-oh. Clubs.
What is it?
10 black, 9 black.
3450.
And Andy gets a nice double up.
I couldn't tell you how many times I've been in Chad's spot there where
No one has paid.
I know I need to fold, but I just don't.
I have a rule of thumb for myself. As soon as I start thinking about the math, I know I should fold. Joe CADA, look at all of that money, that baby face, and that big main event series.
He was the
Crazy.
2009 main event, youngest main event
Well,
winner.
you're 2 for 2 on calling hands, right?
Pocket 9 there, was the hand he won it with.
Stuff for me.
Showing on top of all that cash.
You got the block around the fucking nuts.
Oh, yeah.
I got the aces free.
At first I thought that was dude. He just
I got Vince there in the 7th seat.
Vince,
They're like a top and bottom.
another one of
spades or
these guys.
something like that.
As nice as they come, he's been playing
guy
poker
with
for a
so
long time.
From Ohio?
He's from Ohio,
You guys got me into
from
it.
the Toledo area.
Yeah, look, I wanna
Blockers, the
do
ace of
100.
spades and the ace eight.
I don't care if you guys call it blue.
I played with him a few different times. I mean, I don't. He's not putting it. Well, there's no chips. It's different. That's fucking easy.
Dude, he read you as alternate Andy, not action Andy.
Oh,
Gotta get big, better make
that was a good one. Jake's always got good one-liners.
And they always rhyme. Jake is a big fan of rhyming.
Yes, he is. Big fan. But he was referring to Andy as alternate Andy for taking my seat, but again, I gave Andy the seat. I wanted to come in the booth, spend some time here, talk to our community for a little bit. I am gonna hand it off to Carlos, who is a regular here.
I talked about him. Good.
Let him take over with Dom for a little bit, and I will be back shortly. But Carlos, you want to take over?
Now we got
4 players.
Steal, too.
check.
2,000.
Hello, everybody. I'm here in the booth with Dom with this awesome 5-10-25 PLO. Hey, Carlos, how you doing? Good. This is crazy. 85,000 on the table. This is real dollars, guys. Like, this is amazing. The cast of characters. So one of my best friends, Vito, is best friends with Joe CADA too. So that's one of the guys I'm going to be watching out, rooting for. This is awesome. And I see 263 people in here. You guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're at 25. I know we can crush that. So, Dom, we're starting to see some action. Got another all-in pot here. Both players have flop top 2 pair. We're gonna have a chop.
4 pair wins.
So, for the new players to PLO, you have to play 2 cards in your hand, and it's pot limit. You can't bet unlimited. You can only bet the pot, which is 3 times the last bet plus the side money in there. It's always helpful to have those shortcuts to do the math in the game. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, and look at this lineup. Rounding out our player introductions here, we have Chad from Ohio in C8. You can recognize him as the only player not wearing black or gray at the table. Chad, one of those players I've been able to deal to. He's action. A lot of action. And he's a good guy. He's really funny, always having a good time. Even when he loses, he's cracking the jokes. Oh, yeah.
You were talking about how you haven't played me, want to play with me again.
Oh,
Then you felt me the next hand.
You're playing tight.
Playing tight. I've been in every hand with you.
Oh, you're buying short, something's going on.
There's
There's
something going on.
Fucking fish, 2K buys.
It's been a rough sports season.
I can do it.
So what you're listening to here is a pretty classic discussion about who's playing tight and who's playing loose and who's giving action. And in my experience, it's always served me well to remember that the people who talk the most about that are the people you want to make sure you're not giving too much action. Does that have to do with kind of like tilting them, getting them to push in the action? No, you know, we all appreciate people who are fun to play with and have a good way to provide energy to the game. But the more you talk about the tightness of other players, the more you're taking the attention off yourself.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. And for the players at home, you have to use 2 cards in your hand. So the 4 jacks, no one has quads. What they have is jacks full of aces. Vampire with essentially the nut hand. With the absolute nuts here. Yep, it's unusual in PLO. Different than no limit. Trips on the board, yep. But in this case, when you have quads on the board, aces are the best hand possible.
14 and 2, so I'm like, shit. It's pretty good at 35 to 1. Just didn't believe in them.
Are we playing this?
And Action Andy with the second nuts, he's going to be putting some money in here. Most likely looking up Vampire's bet on the river. Yep. Got a nuts versus second nuts hand. Pretty classic in PLO, and when you have the second nuts, usually you just go ahead and pay. But in PLO, Action Andy, he can't raise here. There would be very special circumstances to consider a raise. He has to be worried with so many cards available that he has aces. The opponent has aces, absolutely.
Does home get 5?
He goes ahead and calls, and Vampire's gonna take it down.
I think it's maybe 4.5, 5.
I don't know if I'm gonna get some basketball.
Vampire benefiting from that cooler.
I know it's like, it's generally, yeah, it's somewhere around that because if the team is like equally
I
matched,
want to point out to the viewers that as you look at the graphic on the top of the screen, you see a wide range in stack sizes, from Dash with 2,700 all the way up to Action Andy with 16,500. And a key thing in PLO when you're playing nine-handed is to know the size of the stacks that are acting in front of you as well as behind you.
anytime the Pistons have been good.
The beauty
It's
with
always been
PLO,
known as
guys,
that rugged,
is
like,
the equities
star,
run so
like,
close.
everyone's
If you have aces, you're not so ahead like a no-limit hold'em. Your opponent can essentially call with any 4 cards and still have 30% minimum depending on his cards.
Yep, and it really, that quality about the game really drives the action, combined with the pot limit structure, so you can never raise so much that you're blasting someone out of the pot like you can on limit
trade, me and my brother.
And that's why I say Pot Limit Omaha is the greatest game to have ever been invented, because you're getting action. It's not a hand you could just wait around forever. You have to get in there to win some chips.
Exactly.
Chauncey was just like a no bad. Like,
Yeah.
he was nobody.
She has to be in the Hall of Fame, right? She.
I think they all are probably, right?
Dem, I hear you saying the table is too loud. We're going to try and get that fixed for you.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of sick ones, but I love.
They say that's like that's like.
I love Survive in Advance. That's a really. Have you ever seen that film?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. It's just like one of the craziest. It's one of the craziest sports stories.
So another thing to be worried about, Joe D has the nut straight,
I mean,
but on a paired board, he can't go all crazy. I think he's betting here as a feeler bet. If he gets raised, he might throw it away.
Yep, and at the same time, he can also still get called by a worse hand, such as the smaller straight or maybe even trip sixes decides to flick in a call.
And something interesting about Pot Limit Omaha is the blockers. Why blockers are so important. If an opponent has like trip sixes there, he might raise, saying he has the full house, to push out those weaker straight draws that are betting out there.
Absolutely. That would be a very strong play, usually from a pretty experienced or creative player.
80 to 1.
Yeah, 80 to 1. Yeah, there wasn't plus 5,000. It was 5,000 to 1.
Oh, 5,000 to 1?
5,000 to 1.
Imagine that.
It was their first year in the league, right, Joe?
What?
It was their first year in the league.
I don't think
that
so.
league.
Yeah, I believe so. Is there?
Actually.
They put out a bad lineup.
Wow. I
Damn.
wouldn't even have noticed.
Yeah, that's like 3 times that.
I wonder if one of us accidentally had 2 cards at one time.
It's a movie,
You know more than I do.
Yeah.
I barely have to play. I play like half the time. Lucky,
First
like,
person
I
win,
know
so we have a
how
shot.
to play this game.
Some guys out here reusing cards like you got super users. Because you get this place shut down, raise those cards. Call him wrong once, just throw something on.
Vince opening it up here with the suited ace and high cards. Dash defending with the suited ace and high cards.
It's on a movie or a documentary? 60 or 30 for 30. Like an hour documentary.
And demo. We turned that down a little bit for you. Hopefully made it a little better.
They changed the rules. They changed the shot clock rules.
They also that was the season where they added a 3-point line.
Dash hitting this board pretty hard. Top, nut flush draw, some back doors.
They had to win the ACC tournament just to get into the.
Yeah, Vince with not much, not being able to call.
They were like massive dogs in that, and every game it was like there's 90 seconds left in the game. They're always down like 4 or 5 points. They're always fouling open and miss. They always miss, and they always come down and hit a 3. And they were going against Jordan and all
Are
these
you talking
like.
about the recent one or back in the day?
Back in the day.
That just happened again a couple years ago. Remember, and they got him the same way.
Yeah.
And then it's the finals against Purdue. Remember?
Yeah.
Who's that
MCA
big
was
dude?
83, right? With the guy who died of cancer, right? The head coach.
Yeah, Jimmy V.
Jimmy V, yeah. I remember him
Yeah,
celebrating.
very
and,
touching story
Yeah.
too.
I think 83, right? Think that.
Huh?
10.
I get 10,000.
I got it.
A lot of good,
Oh, I see you here, Wanda. Tell Dash and Josie hi from Wanda Woo.
Fab 5.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and tell them that when I get out of here a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for that donation, Wanda.
The Brady one was good too, but it's not.
I mean, it's, yeah, Brady's like the highlight. That's the whole thing. It like basically, it ends, the documentary ends when Brady's retired.
When he retires,
Yeah, it was Dynasty.
yeah. He got a lot more love than Bill, I'm sure. On it.
Bill was in it a lot. Bill just doesn't talk, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, Bill got hated on.
He still is.
Yeah, he's still is.
I mean, like, he's like the villain, you know what I'm saying? He's just the villain. No, Brady didn't really hate on him. Brady's like, we're both
Yeah,
like,
Brady is
the
that-
guy, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think he liked him, but.
I don't think
Well,
Brady.
Brady was scared of him because of how they did Bledsoe.
I don't think,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Brady can ever be the villain.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, Papa. I'm here with Dom from Detroit. He's one of the players also. He knows these guys. He has some knowledge. He can bring in some PLO knowledge. I have some knowledge to bring to PLO. I play the 1-2, the 50-1. I can help out. Dom, a little bit more experience than I have, so it'd be nice to have. It's nice to have you in the booth, Dom.
Thanks, Carlos. It was a pleasure to meet you today, and it's fun to chat PLO with someone with a little less experience, because it allows you to understand the sort of knowledge that you take for granted after you've played for a really long time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and if I say anything, I never claim to be a wizard, guys. I just have some information. I love the game.
And that's the most important part, is that when you play poker, you actually enjoy yourself. So we've got a 4-way pot here that we're checking down so far. Everybody's got, again, you see this is pretty often in PLO. They've got a little bit of something, but nothing too great.
Something to keep an eye out for is a lot of these players have backdoor draws. If you see Vince's hand, he has backdoor trips, backdoor flush, backdoor straight. So sometimes maybe they're not so deep right now, but if they were deeper, they might float and see the turn. But they're all pretty shallow with the button straddle, the under the gun. It's $100. It's $5, $10, $25, $50 straddle, $100 restraddle. This really makes it so these players only have 10, 20 big blinds.
And that changes the way you want to play before the flop very significantly.
I see you guys in the chat.
That's why I feel like there's better.
Bill, Mel, Mr. Thank you for the love. Don't forget to like, subscribe, notifications, click the buttons. It really promotes us and pushes us on the algorithm. And we're bringing you this feature table from our series here at the Reserve, teaming up with Team Michigan. These players are here representing Team Michigan for at the feature table. All the tournaments we have going on, everything that's happening, they're here to help promote that and push that. And we're really grateful to these guys. These are some big-time guys. Joe CADA, main event champion. Dash, bracelet. These guys are big-time players.
Bracelets for Dash.
Oh, yeah. Dash a crusher.
And Jake, about as experienced in tournaments as they come, he's been playing out in Las Vegas, Nevada for a decade plus.
I only got to play with Dash one time. He plays way out of my bankroll, but such a nice guy. He was really nice to me. I went and said congratulations when he won that $50K buy-in bracelet, and so nice, kind. If you go say hi to him, he's going to be really nice to you.
Always.
And something you're looking for in PLO is to have nut draws pre-flop. Your pre-flop range, see Corey, he has the ace high flush and king high flush draw pre-flop. That's a good drawing hand pre-flop. That's something you want to go see the flop with.
The more players there are in the pot, the more important it is to be drawing to the nuts.
Yeah.
And here we have a funny classic PLO truism. When they have high, you want to go low. You see Chad in here with the low cards, and all three other opponents have high cards, and that can be to your advantage. Oh, Corey makes a nice bet here with top pair, and a flush draw. And you can kind of figure that if someone else doesn't have a 7, you're going to be in pretty good shape with his hand.
And one of the things I'm imagining out of Corey is with that 9, that's a key blocker blocking 9s full of 7s. If a player doesn't have a 7, they're also really worried about just drawing dead. Joe is not too happy. He has the best hand, but he's not too happy with that bet, and he's probably just going to have to let it go from that aggression.
We'll see here. There's so much money in the pot that he might just decide he needs to go with his hand. But here, Corey gets him to lay down the best hand, which is a pretty strong play and definitely the best outcome for Corey. Though, if someone did have a 7, he can improve with a 9 or a spade. And he even had some backdoor hearts, so it's always good in PLO to have a bit of a backup plan if you're getting in there aggressively and trying to fold your opponents.
Oh, Jamal! It's good to see you here, buddy. I miss you. I'm going to come down to Kentucky real soon. Everyone rooting on Joe over here. Showing a lot of love for Joe in the chat. And we see here, now the stacks are starting to get deeper. We got a couple players with 16, 15,000. I imagine we're going to start seeing some more all-in, some more action now that we're getting further into the game.
Yeah, we'll see how it unfolds. So far, the players have been pretty careful, pretty cautious. But now you see some more money getting in there, and that also allows them to make a few more moves. When you don't have as much money in front of you, you're kind of looking for a good hand, to get all in with. But the more money you have, the more different things you can do, the more creative you can be. And a couple of players in this lineup are pretty creative players who will really look to do some surprising stuff.
And we see Chad here as a mystery hand. We're going to have to guess what he has depending on the action.
Chad's been by far the most aggressive at the... Chad and Corey have been both very aggressive so far. So it's been interesting to see how they try and fold their opponents off whatever their holdings are.
Vince turning the trips. That's a good turn card for him, blocking the full houses, but... Chad betting out with a mystery hand.
Vince goes ahead and makes the call.
Now you viewers at home get to feel what it's like to actually play, not knowing what your opponent has. What would you do with Trip 6's ace kicker here? Chad is betting out.
Vince is checked, and it looks like Chad is bet close to the size of the pot.
And it seems like these players like calling Chad because he's kind of an action player. If you overfold to him, it feels like he's just going to run you over. And Vince with a good call.
And Vince has a nice hand that does very well if your opponent is bluffing. But if they're betting a strong hand, you definitely don't want to do any sort of raising with that. So it's a nice call there.
Justin saying the super knit table. Justin, this is a lot of money on the line. I mean, are you going to come and blast off $10,000 in one hand? You got to find your spots and play accordingly.
And when you're playing with 9 people, you got a lot of cards to compete with. So and here we have another double board bomb pot where all the players have anteed 200, and then we'll see 2 different flops.
Yeah, and something I heard Matt talking about before about the double board bomb pots, you really want to have something on both boards. Because if you just have something on one board, most likely it's possible you're going to get quartered, or even if you have the nut flush on one board or nut straight, it's really tough. You want something on both boards.
Remember, the pot is awarded in halves. Half to the best hand on the top board and half to the best hand on the bottom board.
And we see Joe D with a decently strong hand. The nut straight, flush draw to back it up, but also a pair on the top. I wouldn't say the best hand because he doesn't have too much on the top board, but nonetheless, he has the nut straight on the bottom.
And Dash has a pretty strong hand to continue with here. A pair, a flush draw, and a wrap on the top board. And on the bottom board, top pair and a gut shot. And generally in PLO, gut shots aren't great, but this gut shot has two things going for it. One, it has a pair with it, with the 7. It also is the nut gut shot. So if he improves to a 6, it will always be the best hand.
And we see Jake with 2 nut flush draws. You know, I'm always a little weary when I have 2 flush draws on both boards because my outs are diminishing.
That's right. That's 2 fewer spades that you have with both of your flush draws because of the spades on both boards. However, that you can make the nuts on both boards is a very compelling reason to continue. All right, Joe is shoved all in now. On the top board, he has 2 pair 9s and 4s with a spade draw. And on the bottom board, he has the nut straight plus a spade redraw plus a higher straight redraw. And both Dash and Jake have laid it down. That's a nice pickup for Joe there. Joe's from Michigan. Very experienced poker player, played in a lot of different types of games. We're happy to have him here at the reserve tonight.
And for those viewers at home from the Detroit area, a lot of these players are from MGM. You're going to see some of these guys around if you're playing PLO or maybe the 510 No Limit. So shout out to MGM.
Yeah, MGM spreads a nice variety of games if you're up in the Detroit area. Again, that's when you're not coming down here to play at the reserve. That has a lot of great tournaments, a lot of fun tournament action here. And a good reason to come down right now is the Team Michigan poker tournaments that they have going with various guarantees. I know they got the big $250K guarantee for only a $400 buy-in coming up. So if you guys want to get in the tournament action, it's a great place to be.
Oh, yeah, and the turnouts are incredible. The energy in the air, it's just unbelievable. Michigan is really showing up, and we are crushing those guarantees.
It's great to see the enthusiasm for poker down here. So it looks like we still have the double straddle on to 100. So the action will start with Joe D there in the 9 seat.
And when say you're under the gun +1, you really don't want to be opening with a weak draw. And see how Jake has the 3 queens? That's an instant fold. You have to play 2 cards in your hand, and with the 3rd queen, it's very unlikely. You're not going to hit that 1 out. Very unlikely.
Now you can get real creative with those trips hands, hoping to call and have a board you can bluff on. But that's some real outside the box thinking that can go badly.
But blockers so important in this game. Vampire with a strong hand. Wow, this is going to be interesting. All the players at the whole lot of nothing. Vince with the best hand with a 3. This is very interesting.
We're going to see this over and over again tonight. Anytime you have 3, 4, 5, 6 players to a flop, it's going to be very common for a lot of people to flop a little bit of something. And that's really where a lot of the value you can pick up in games is when you've got something and they've got a little something too. What do you do in those situations?
Wow, so much respect to Chad, just blasting here with the 10 Jack 7-7.
And Vampire here is calling with top pair, top kicker, and 2 backdoor flush draws. That's a pretty good hand to continue with, and you just got to figure out how.
Also, with the backdoor quad draw with the 9.
Yeah. There's always the 9-9.
Wow, and that turn almost seals the deal for Vampire. He's probably never folding the 2600 all in if Chad shoves. And Chad also turned a flush draw.
It'll be interesting to see what Chad decides to do. He makes a savvy check back on the turn.
Very good check.
Vampire goes ahead and bets his top 2 pair, and Chad, no thought lay down. Good fold by Chad there. So again, we're in the early stages of the game tonight. Nobody's up too much. Nobody's down too much. When you're playing a live poker game, especially one where you show up all at the same time and play for some set number of hours, it's very important to just kind of keep track of where everyone's at. In the early hours, sometimes people are really looking to gamble. Sometimes they're looking to just take it slow, figure out what's happening, and wait for some real information about how the opponents are playing to emerge. And I think that's what you see here from a lot of these guys who are very experienced.
Action Andy with a very strong hand pre-flop. He's not so happy about his queens. It's not like No Limit Hold'em. What Action Andy's actually looking for is top set. And he has 4 outs to hit that. And on top of that, he has blockers in case he has the blocker to the nut straight draw, blocker to things like that. That's a very strong hand pre-flop.
And what Carlos is talking about here with blockers is really information. Poker is a game of incomplete information, and when you get to see 4 cards, you just have more information to make your decisions with.
And see, even when you miss, Action Andy missed, he still has 4 outs to hit top boat on the 3-3-8 board. Hands like that are very strong. And with the flop checking through, you still have to be a little cautious. Players can have quads, they can have top boat and trapping there.
Carlos, what you're talking about here is this edge you're always on when you're playing PLO between having a good hand or a great hand. Andy here has a good hand with his queens, but it's not a great hand that you want to start piling in tons of money with. And what you're really looking to do is just get to showdown, show your queens, and if they're the best hand, which they're going to be pretty often, you're going to do well to just win the pot. However, if a ton of money starts going in, then you probably want to reevaluate your hand, like just a pair of queens.
And so interesting, $1,300 pot, that's one of the small pots. To say that's one of the small pots is pretty incredible to me.
Yeah, this is a nice sized game, as you can see at the top there. These guys have a lot of money in front of them, and they're looking to gamble.
But she's trying to take a step back right now for 36 weeks.
We done with the straddle? No.
Look at that. We done with the straddle? Absolutely not. The double straddle to 100.
It's a constant negotiation in these kind of games for how many straddles there's going to be, how big they'll be, and for how long you'll keep them on.
Start seeing rivers, straddles just getting bigger. Just make some memories.
Jake raises with a nice hand that has kind of 3 different parts to it. 1, it's double suited. 2, it's connected. And 3, it has an ace. And it's always important when you're raising in a 9-handed game to have an ace in your hand. So we've got 5 players to see the flop for 300 apiece, plus a little change in there. Corey has flopped trip 4s. And
I imagine if Corey bets here, Joe is maybe going to float. But, I mean, he is pretty shallow.
let's see. A $1,200 bet from Corey, about half the size of the pot.
If he calls here, it gets it to 4,000. I'm curious to what he decides to do here.
Yeah, I'd say all three options are on the table. If he believes him like he does, he can fold. If he doesn't believe him, he can either call and raise.
And we see that all of his kings and sevens were gone. That was a good fold.
Yeah. And he made it pretty quickly, which is a pretty good sign of a strong, confident player.
What would you do if it was on you?
No pain time. Fuck.
Why don't you say something?
I did. I had to.
Yeah, we fixed the beeping. Sorry about that. Jake with a strong pre-flop hand, but not seeing it. Okay.
So in that hand, I wanted to call Corey, but.
Troy asking where the action is tonight. This is real dollars. There's action here, and as the night goes on, and as you may know, the later it goes, people get stuck, they start chasing, they start potting it, and we get more action as the night goes on. So for everyone watching, stick around. Things are just the beginning. It's going to heat up quickly.
He thought 10-7 was a good hand yesterday. I made 2 pair.
Looking at it. He has queen king, the flop is 10 check ace. C-butts, I'm like, call, turn 7. He's like, that's like,
It's like we're like
like pot. I'm like, all in, Blaze, he just he's like, that call, he's on the outside purpose.
And then you type in N.
It's like we're 100 big blinds B.
Bro, I'm gonna
We're 100 big blinds.
I don't
Everybody's
want to
like
play
under the
this.
gun.
I don't know why. Listen, I don't want to do that.
play?
I don't want to do that thing. I don't want to play.
100 big blinds, ready to play good. Corey calls on those calls.
And I'm like, sure, yeah,
He didn't play yesterday.
Hey, did I? Yeah, he punted all the chips to Joe. He had like ace 4, he like 6-bet all in for like 300.
Polio?
Yeah.
Dude, your play was infinitely worse than Polio.
100%. No, I know.
He's saying he didn't even want to play.
I don't want to play, dude.
So, Dem, asking how long the game will go for.
Huh?
We're going till 12 tonight,
Yeah.
so a lot of action ahead of us.
Hopefully Joe's doing something stupid.
Amazing.
Dude.
Who won that? Yesterday round.
And we see Dash betting them with the nut flush draw and nut straight draw. I like that bet because if he gets raises, he can comfortably call a pot size bet. It's not too large where he can continue with the nut draw.
Absolutely. And he's able to fold out some hands that are okay, but not great. And that's really what you're doing pretty often when you're bluffing or semi-bluffing. You're not usually trying to fold people off great hands. You're trying to fold them off of medium hands, like the one Chad had there. If it goes check on the flop, maybe Chad can turn 2 pair and continue. But when he faces a bet from Dash, it's really not that appealing to try to continue.
Jared had 9-6 of hearts or something. And she had top pair.
Yeah.
That's like a pretty common misconception in PLO. Again, I want to emphasize this, that you're trying to fold people off strong hands. Usually what you're trying to do, especially on the flop, is just try to fold them off that middle pair, that bottom pair kind of stuff.
A hand like queen 8-6 suited, I kind of like, because if you hit your queen, one of them is a club. You might hit the club and have that flush draw with your queen.
Yeah, it's not a bad hand. It's not too strong, not too weak. Definitely a good hand to see the flop with. And Corey flops a nice hand here with 3s full of kings. And we see all 5 players continue to the turn.
We see Corey checking it. In PLO, you're a lot of the time betting to block, to stop people from outdrawing you. But a hand so strong, like 3s full of kings, the only hand you're worried about is a bigger boat turning. And that's only 2 outs. So I like him checking on the flop.
Yep, and I like Dash's bet on the turn here. If someone doesn't have a hand as strong as Corey's, which most of the time they won't, he can go ahead and get them to fold, and he's got some backup equity just in case. So here he improved to the straight, and it gets pretty tricky to decide if he wants to bet or if he wants to check and call. he goes ahead and bets. I like his bet. Pretty often 4-5 is going to be the best hand, and unfortunately for him this time, he just ran into a full house.
And for those at home wondering why Corey just called, Dash started betting on the turn, and he's blocking the king and the 3. So he's imagining if Dash has a real hand, what could it be? And a lot of the times it could be 6s, which turned a bigger boat than you. So just calling is the standard play in a lot of instances.
You have to think about what happens when you raise with a hand like Corey's. If you raise, sure, Dash might call with his straight, but it could pretty often or pretty commonly turn into a situation where by raising that hand, you're only getting called by stronger hands or raised by stronger hands. And so that's why you see Corey take the just call line, because by raising, it's not clear whether or not you're going to get called by worse hands.
Corey must be backed by Dash. No, it's a good call. It's not too nitty. Yeah, like Tom was saying, you have to be worried if you raise and then someone re-raises you. Now you're just in the tough situation. It's a standard call. Dash with a hand I really like. This is one of my favorite hands in pot limit Omaha. Ace 10-9-8 with the suited ace. A lot of playability.
Yeah, that's that dealer scene, I'm sitting there like that's one card.
The same here. What if I'm in a big pot and all of a sudden it's...
Oh, a gentleman have to give the money back. I mean, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, you're just showing
You
me
catch it
4
free
cards
flop.
and be like, listen, this is
And
my
like
hand,
the
this
bombs,
is my
get
5th.
the
hand.
hand. After that, I mean,
Again, all 3 players flop something. I'm so curious to see what they decide to do here.
Corey
Nobody flops the nuts, but everybody's got some money they can put in.
Oh, yeah. Other way around. We're stipulating it now. Going forward, the hand's torched, and money does not compact.
So if we're in a big pot and that...
Make sure you got 4 cards if we start with money in the middle. Otherwise, you set up a sick angle the other way. Well, my bad, I got caught bluffing, and I got 5, let's reset. No.
I mean, there has to be a time in the hand. You can't just be like at the end and be like, oh,
Corey
fine.
betting with the blockers to the nuts straight.
What if there's like a
It's a
bet
good
call
bet, in
for the flop
my
and all of a sudden
opinion.
on the
It's
turn?
really tough to call that.
Yeah, it's another example of just aggression winning the pot, and that's what you want to do so often in PLO.
together, but it was, you know, you got a thicker card.
You don't have to card hands, no?
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah, Dolores has pointed out here that the graphic for Chad's stack size is not updated, and that's correct. Hard to say exactly what he does have, but I can tell you confidently it's not the 1775 that you see up there.
That was the weirdest I'd ever seen ever.
What, Chad?
With Jared.
Looks like 7 to 8, 7 to 10,000, something in that range. 7 to 9,000.
Yeah, see a lot of purples, a lot of blacks, a lot of greens, a lot of reds.
So
So
it's not big. I mean, yeah. So
when it becomes important, we'll fill you guys
we're
in.
playing like 25, 50, 100 hold'em.
Did they give you your 5 back?
Everyone's like 1,000. It's like
Who won it?
Who won it?
I won my 5 back.
now.
Yeah, man.
$5?
I gave it to him for it, don't worry.
Pre-flop, no action,
Just tell
Joe.
me.
If I catch it right now, then you get your ante back.
Especially if you got 100, like 5, whatever. You just gotta make the rule, you know.
And don't worry, here soon, the eye in the sky will definitely be fixing Chad's stack size. Just give him a minute.
I know the deuce has been
So
following me.
Jake is called again with a very good hand. Corey went ahead and raised. Vampire folds, and it's up to Jake to call. Again, you see Jake here just calling with some very strong hands
It
pre-flop.
goes like, Chad like opens to like 1,000 for the half. It goes like call, I fold, Jared, Calvin calls, Jared calls, like 4 people call.
And Jake flopping a monster.
Goes to show me his hand, like thinking that like nobody can see about me or
And
something.
in Jake's seat, the question is, how do I get the most value out of my hand?
He's trying to show me like
Goes ahead and
no,
leads for half the pot and takes it down.
What's the flop? It's like three. Yeah, it's like three.
People
it's
underestimate
like
how often
it's like,
in poker you make money with strong hands because they forget it always takes a good hand to pay
right?
you
John
off.
goes in the tank. Chad goes to show me his hand, Joe, like this. Calvin sees like, he has aces. He has aces. He didn't realize Calvin was a hand. He's like, we're friends. Like, he's just trying to show me the hand. John does some folding. Calvin goes, I've seen his hand. What's the rule? This is insane. It's a cute, like, they both like 50,000 people, like 40 people. So the ruling is, Jared says, listen, and Jared's in the middle of them. Jared's like, what's the hand? They're two black aces. Chad's like, crap. He's like, all right, the ruling is Chad has to play his hand face up. Chad can't take aggressive action. He can only check call. Check or call, right? Which I think is actually a decent ruling in this spot. Calvin has two picks. 3, 4
Bomb
picks.
pot
So Calvin
number
flats.
4, maybe? Number 5?
Jared, so much time's gone by that Jared forgets the ruling he's made or something. It shows his hand.
I love the bomb
I have
pots.
fives. I have nothing.
They're a little complicated though. You gotta be careful.
And it's really fun to have them every so often just to mix it up.
Usually when we see these bomb pots, it tends to be on every dealer change.
Chad calls.
Okay.
It's like
Chad gives him 50K.
Chad gives him 50K.
He racks up some fucking.
Yeah, he
does some
No, that one.
Two boards.
That board.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
He was saying this one at a race.
Oh, gotcha.
And I ain't never played with him again.
Very good to go. Oh, he retired after that.
Heather, yeah, table full of great players. That's to say the least. We have some champions here, guys. These are players to learn from. These are some of the greatest Michigan has to offer.
No, I haven't.
And don't forget Vincent and Chad represent the state of Ohio.
You gotta watch for that. High line trading.
Chad bets his set of 8s and an open-ended straight draw on the bottom board. A lot of people have some stuff to continue with.
Kind of a dangerous hand to bet with, in my opinion. What do you think? The 8s? Because you don't have the nuts on either board. And if you get raised, are you going to put all the money in?
I've seen the money go in with weaker hand than that set of 8s in the open-ended straight draw, so you know, it's possible. It's also possible you get someone to fold, you know, whatever they're holding, whether it's, you know, a pair and a gut shot or some open-ended straight draw. So, you know, it's a bit of a multi-purpose bet.
Action Andy also flopping a set. Bottom set.
Bottom set on one board and a gut shot on the other.
Yeah, one of my good friends has a 4 and 3-year-old. It's great.
Looks like Andy's put in a big raise.
Oh, that's interesting. Andy also has the blockers to the nut straight.
Exactly. And this is a spot where blockers might be useful.
Yeah.
I promised you a charter, I bring him over.
Chad is called, and Joe now has a decision
My friends like, dude, you just
with
stick with that.
a reasonably strong hand.
Personally, Dom, when I play No Limit Hold'em, blockers don't mean so much. They're very important for sure, but people tend to overanalyze blockers in No Limit Hold'em. But in PLO, they are crucial cards. This is how you're getting your information.
And then there's a whole nother level of skill with that information in the way it's used.
I gave him with a 9.5.
And what I think Action Andy is thinking here is I'm blocking the nut straight, I can push him out, I have a set, and like you say, he has a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. Like, he has something on the other board.
Yep.
And it's even kind of tough for Chad to call, but I assume he's priced in.
It's a little unclear to me who has what stack size. So Andy has gone all in, and Chad is called.
Queen 8-10.
We see Chad's stack being fixed. He did have 10,000. right? Wow, that's an interesting turn card for action, Andy. Turn the flush draw. Yeah, these guys are gonna chop it up.
Queen 8, turn 5, double gutter here. Open on
Queen 7.
Oh, I had that thing.
And for the big game, we see we have 315 people watching. You guys don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications. I know we can get that number up past 100. Huge game tonight. Not just big, this is huge. 5, 10, 25, 50, 100. If you have $10,000, that's 100 big blinds, right? That's a huge game. Or
it's 100 big blinds until they put the $200 straddle on, and then this goes down to 50. That's why the dollars in front can represent a lot of different actual stack sizes. And it looks like Chad's put the $200 straddle on.
Ooh. And Chad, action player, we love to see it. One of the favorites here. Such a fun player to watch play. Not afraid to get in there in the mix and put you in a tough spot. If I'm when I play, if I'm playing at this level, I'll be honest, I'm terrified of Chad. He's gonna put me to the test, and I'm gonna be sweating.
And that just speaks to the power of that aggression I keep mentioning. When other people are concerned that you are going to put them to the test, it's hard to get in there with mediocre hands. And in Chad's seat, that's great for you.
In action, Andy,
raise it up with a nice double-suited hand here.
He has position in pot limit Omaha is unbelievably strong.
Absolutely.
So this is a great raise. He has a super strong hand. And as you can see, he's a favorite, even with Corey having queens. His queens are not suited. That's bad queens. And we see him spike the queen. But everyone else with a whole lot of nothing.
Now Corey makes a nice bet here with top set of queens. Really just looking to fold people off of mediocre hands or hands as strong as Andy had. When there's a made flush out there, it's pretty hard to draw to straight.
And for those no-limit players out there, he's got top set. He's semi-bluffing. That's not a value bet. That's like more of a feeler bet, denying equity. I think he thinks a lot of the time he might have the strongest hand. Also, he can get a weaker flush to fold. But that's more of a semi-bluff.
It's interesting to try to assign specific motivations to different bets in PLO. Sometimes it can be get called by worse hands. Sometimes it can simply be get mediocre hands to fold that have some chance of winning the pot had they been able to see a free card. And it's really an important skill, especially when you're playing nine-handed.
So Dom, I got an interesting situation for you. In No Limit Hold'em, sometimes I'll show a bad hand to induce more action.
Sure.
In Pot Limit Omaha, I show a bad hand to also induce action, but it always burns me. I'm never getting away with it. It's something I do that just ruins my game, kind of.
Yeah, it's interesting when people like to show bluffs. Sometimes it works for them, and sometimes it works against them. And that's a whole art itself. I know some people who do it with great success, and other people who really just end up, giving away more information that they don't mean to intentionally.
And with Corey's hand, I would imagine that's kind of a bad hand because there's a lot of reversed implied odds. If he hits the ace-4 for the straight, a lot of the times the bigger straight comes in. If he hits the set, there's a bigger set. If he hits the flush, there's a bigger flush. So you kind of got to be careful with the 5-3 deuce-deuce here.
However, on the other hand, when you make a set of deuces, people don't see it coming.
Yeah, you're right.
And that has some value as well.
Or when you make the deuce 3. Like,
Exactly.
do you really have deuce 3?
Exactly. Now, Dash has a very strong here with a wrap, a spade draw, and a pair. And he's gone ahead and bet about half the pot. We'll see what happens here. But even, with a hand like Vince's top pair, it's pretty hard to continue. Chad has continued with a stronger straight draw, and this is an interesting card. I'm very curious to see what Dash does here.
Chad turning a double gutter with his flush draw and top pair. I mean, Chad, I imagine Chad is forced to continue with such a good turn card.
And that's the tricky part about a hand as strong as Dash is on the flop. When the turn is introduced, a second flush draw and an entire second set of straight draws, his pair plus wrap plus flush draw loses some amount of value.
Would you consider Dash's hand similar to a nuclear flush? A nuclear straight draw? Or what's the term? I forget.
It's still a medium strong hand. Definitely benefits from folding your opponent off of whatever they had. Chad goes ahead and calls exactly what the river is very interesting.
Chad with the 7. Interesting to think if he will turn. Oh, he checks it?
He checks. Dash, it looks like has gone all in. But I don't think he had much left.
And Chad, he can't call here with one pair. That would be unreasonable. Did he call? He called with the one pair. Chad keeping him honest. That's why Chad is so scary. He's going to keep you honest. He's putting the bet. He's not afraid whatsoever. And with so many cards available, that's a scary player right there.
There was also a ton of money in the pot.
And he did bet 1,000, so.
And Dash, I believe, only had 1,000 left. So, he might win the pot often enough that you just go ahead and flick in the call, just in case Dash has missed some spades or some diamonds, and that Jack is the best hand.
And we have a dealer change. I did say earlier that we were doing bomb pots every dealer change. I was incorrect. We're doing them with the orbits. So when the button goes around once or twice, then we do a bomb pot. Look at that, 66 likes, you guys. Don't forget, smash it for the algorithm, the notifications. We will be here all the way through the series. We have big tournaments coming up tomorrow. We have a 25-50 no limit coming up. So much action, and we're going till 12 o'clock tonight, guys. Don't forget to give us that like, that subscribe, the notification, push the algorithm for everyone else. Really support the reserve and Team Michigan. We're here for you guys. And we appreciate your guys' support.
It's not like you're filtering out like good players. You're just allowing them to play a different style to win.
Yeah. They're good. 100%.
Dash with a good hand. Action Andy with a better hand. Also, Action Andy's pretty short. Curious to see what he's going to do here. Yeah, he raises to 950. And if someone calls, there's more than 2,000 in there. I imagine it has to be a bad flop for him to just let it go. Or he has to see a lot of action in front of him.
I know. I get what you're saying. I don't assume that's profitable.
And you see the equity's so close, even though Andy has aces. This is pot limit Omaha for you.
Poking. Then they play a big pot, you just fold,
Yeah, they're playing 20 tables.
Action Andy. And this is what I mean about blockers. When you're a little deeper, maybe not right now, but with the ace of spades, perfect hand to bluff in my opinion.
All ace of spades hands are not equal, and with a hand as strong as Andy's, where he actually has a straight, it wouldn't be the type of ace of spade hand that you want to bluff with, because it's too valuable just to check down. And that's, as you gain more experience in PLO, you learn how to make those differentiations across hands that look similar, but actually are going to play differently. Here, Dash shoves all in because he has such a strong hand in a set, and Andy wasn't too happy because against an actual flush, Andy's in real bad shape. But again, there's a ton of money in the pot. There's not that much money left, and Dash is shoving because he has a hand that does plenty well against basically everything.
Oh my goodness.
And there we see he turns quads on the first board.
I was going to say, I was feeling some quads.
On the second board, Andy's straight is the best hand, and we go ahead and chop it up.
There's your daily dose of daily quads.
Here it is at the reserve. Little break time for the tournament players.
Oh, and they chopped it up. They ran it twice.
Yep. Dash made quads, as you pointed out, on the first board, and on the second board, Andy's straight was the best hand. And they both take half the pot.
Dom, I don't know how you feel about running it multiple times, but for me personally, whatever my opponent wants to do, I'm okay with, just because it really doesn't change anything in my mind. I understand we're going to chop it up a bunch of the times, but once you play so many hands, it really doesn't matter to me. It's all going to equal out, I feel.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there are some subtler reasons that you might want to run it once or run it twice, depending on what your preferences are. A lot of arguments out there for doing both things. Sometimes you just, as you said, do what your opponent wants to do. Sometimes you don't like a guy, so you say, heck, let's run it once.
You're out for blood?
Yeah, and sometimes it's your buddy and you say, let's run it twice, and that's fine too.
And one of the action players with the highest beat, what do you think? You think Chad's running it more than once?
I can't remember what Chad likes to do. I've played with Chad a decent amount. And I know like Chad likes to gamble. So if a guy wants to run it once because they want to gamble, they want to get winner, they want to get loser, that's certainly fine with me.
All depends on how many players.
Let's talk about a hand like 9-8-7-7. I think, in my experience, that's a good hand. I like that hand. But I would have preferred if the 7s were swapped with the 9s. Not because of the bigger set, but because of the draws you hit. If it was 9-9-8-7, I think I like that a little more. What's your opinion on that?
So that's an interesting observation.
Oh, sorry to cut you off real quick. Big hand here. Top trips and Chad with aces. Is he going to float?
Yeah, he's doing fine. If Jake doesn't have an actual strong hand. In this case, he does have a pretty strong hand. But the thing about aces on a board like this is, one, you beat all your opponent's semi-bluffs if they don't have a straight, if they don't have trips or better. And then also, you always have a live out against your opponent. As long as they don't have quads, you can always hit an ace to make a hand that you can put a lot of money in with.
And we do see him take it back. And sorry to cut you up. Back to the question. Then I prefer the 9-9-8-7 rather than the 7-7-8-9.
So you're pointing out something interesting, and that's the way the cards coordinate with each other. If you have a hand like 9-9-8-7 and there's a 9 on the board, your 8-7 straight draws might be big. They also might be small. And if you have a hand like 7-7-9-8, you're always going to have a higher straight draw, higher than your set, so that tends to be the hand that you prefer to hold.
Interesting. Yeah, and that shows a bit of my inexperience, for sure.
But also your hunger to learn just by asking the question, and that's good.
Absolutely.
All right, it looks like the players are going on break right now.
We see Corey up big, $10,000. Joe kind of up, $2,003. That's big. Jake pretty equal. Joe equal. Vince a little bit down. Dash down. Chad down the most right now. And I imagine Chad's going to get in there and go to war to try to come back.
Dude, just get those out of here. All right, those are no good.
And here we have the Team Michigan series coming up. Today we had the seniors event. The energy in the air was amazing. That was so fun to deal. Everyone was so happy to be there. The mixed event going on right now. But for tomorrow, we have the tag team event. The $20,000 guaranteed tag team for $300 per team. And then in the afternoon at 8, the deep stack no limit hold'em. Tomorrow, on the 25th, we have a satellite seat to go into the main event. Also in the afternoon, the 30K bounty. And this is what we have that's special. For that bounty tournament, we have a $1,000 bounty on Joe, Dash, Plouffe, and Jim. If you knock them out, that's $1,000 for you. And then we have a $250 bounty on a variety of players, all known Michigan players. So that's one you're going to want to come out for. And you're going to also want to pay attention and look back at who has the bounties on them, because those are the special guys you want to knock out to really get that value.
Come get those Michigan poker player bounties.
Absolutely. And we're here on a short break. We will be back. So don't leave. We're going until 12 o'clock. So go get your Takis, use the bathroom, do what you got to do, but we will be back, and we will be going strong until 12 o'clock. And we are back.
We are live. Hey, we are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. This is Vic Gager checking in. I was just playing in the seniors event. I'm not in here to brag. I got 8th place. I know everybody's going to ask. Basically folded my way into 8th place, but it was a great tournament. So much fun, man. I'm so glad I got to be able to do that. So it was a great tournament. And then the mixed tournament going on right now. Great turnout for that as well. Just so much. We talk about this all the time. How much good vibe there is in this room. You know, throughout the entire building. It's fantastic. So, is Dom stepping in?
I don't think so.
Oh, there he is.
I think they still have a full
looks just
lineup.
like you. Oh man. Oh, all right. Man, so this is I'm assuming we've had some really good action here tonight.
Oh yeah. It's exciting. Some big pots.
Thanks, Joe. I got the button, Joe. I got the button.
And Dom with some really good insight on the flow of the game.
Yeah.
Really helping because we have a lot of novices here in the chat, and it's really helping me learning from these greats. Action Andy potting it with the ace 8 deuce with the suited ace. Aces with a suit is much better than aces with no suit, so that's good aces.
Yeah.
And he does take it down pre-flop.
So fill me in on these players. You know, almost all of these players are Michigan players. You know, I know Vampire pretty well. I know Vince. Vince and I go way back to the Toledo poker scene, home games, that kind of thing. Chad, I remember Chad when he was not even 18 playing in a home game. So I'm very familiar with those guys and how they play. Do these guys pretty much know each other pretty well?
Oh yeah, these guys, they play very high stakes at MGM on a regular basis. All these guys know each other. They're all friends. This is why they're all talking, joking. They're comfortable with each other. So great group of guys really showing up, coming out to really support Team Michigan at the Reserve. And we have Joe. Joe, I haven't seen him too much at MGM, but everyone knows Joe.
Oh, yeah?
The youngest ever to win the main event. Guy.
Oh, okay, that's Joe. All right, gotcha. Yeah.
Guy is a super legend in the community, really representing Michigan. Chad here with a good hand, and Chad's one of those action players.
Yeah.
And we see him call. Part of that has to do with he is out of position, but he can't throw this hand away. Ace King double suited, strong hand.
Yeah.
Action Andy with my favorite hand, Ace 10 9 8. All these players are playable hands. And it comes all low. It's going to be very interesting to see how it goes out. Chad here technically with the most equity. Any club, any diamond, and he turns a big flush draw.
So Jake's going to pot it here.
Jake with the gut shot, top pair, and backdoor flush draw. He's taking the initiative. And aggression in this game can get you paid.
Wow.
Look at that. Just one flop bet. That's a $6,000 pot.
Right.
That's real dollars, Vic. That's crazy.
So I just wanted to stop in. We've got a couple more live streams coming your way this week. Tomorrow night we've got Cash Game, and I'll be calling that with Brian Hughes, I believe. And then we've got Wednesday night. We're going to be covering right from the beginning the bounty tournament, and we've got some of these players here. They're going to have big bounties on them in that bounty tournament.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So this is we've got some great, more live stream action coming your way yet this week. For our 250K, we're going to do, I think, what we did last week, and we'll do a day one on Friday. And then, of course, on Sunday, the restart of the $250,000 prize pool guarantee.
I got realized that.
No, she said it hurt bad.
Just going to sit through one more hand here.
You gotta be careful not to stab yourself.
And it's going to be brown water time for me.
Chad, one of the action players, 10-7-7-4 suited, get a call in position, try to play some post-flop poker.
Don't worry, I won't play many hand.
I see Dale here. Thank you, Dale. I have a lot of passion, but, you know, I'm not one of the goats yet. I'm still learning. I've punted off my fair share. Oh, Jake. Flat calling with the aces. I like that play.
Do you do? Okay, I thought maybe he might pot it there.
No. PLO is a really post-flop game. If you're just getting it all in pre-flop all the time, you really don't have that big of an edge. Post-flop is the way you play PLO. Because when you have aces on the king 10-9 2 hearts, that's terrifying. You're losing to everything.
Right.
Those MGM ones like 170,000.
Yeah.
Jared called me like 9 in the morning.
And here with the bottom pair in the flush draw, Dash has the most equity. Even against the aces, the overpair. None of these players with enough to try and bluff it. Corey, deuce on the river. You don't expect to be good, but
no, you don't, right?
He still bets it, but that's more of I imagine like a blocker bet, because he does know he has top and bottom pair, which is much better than middle two. Jake keeping him honest, small bet.
Well, thanks for letting me stop in. This is great. I'm going to go watch this. And you guys are doing fantastic. And look forward to seeing everybody here tomorrow night for our 25-50 cash game.
Congrats on that final table again, too, Vic. And I'm heading out here. Adam's coming into the booth, everybody. I'll see you in a little bit.
Hello.
He's been killing it.
I think he kills it this week.
Bomb pot time.
Also wants in like the last 10 streams I've seen him now.
Which one is this? Yeah, Antonio's been. That's probably why we've been seeing Antonio more too.
Yeah. He's like
Queens and fives on both boards.
$1 million every few days. I guess I can start playing.
I guess I'll start playing more.
Yeah.
If he ran bad the first couple sessions, probably would not have seen him.
Check. Yeah. Factory title.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I am.
Yeah.
I play and my hand slap. I'm like, all right.
I'm looking around for nutted hands, and I don't really see anything.
You win. You're like, all right, I'll dabble a little bit longer.
Vampire with the pump fake. Goes ahead and checks.
You still done with the rise? No, pump fake.
You might have won, but who knows?
Red Bull. Oh, Red Bull.
Oh, yeah, still. Check.
Jake's got a flush on the top board and the nut straight on the bottom. Chad and Joe also with that 9-7 for the nut straight.
A note to the viewers here, when you're looking at the percentages in the double board bomb pots, they're not really going to accurately capture the equity. It's quite complicated, actually. And that kind of speaks to the value of playing a game like this that is this complicated. There's not a lot of easy ways to learn except through experience. And in this case, we're going to see actually Jake River ultra strong hand. Flush on both boards, which is just typically going to be the best hand here. And he's going to get to check it down and win. There's the reserve poker scene. A lot of people still out there grinding those tournaments. Looks like they're having fun. I was just out there taking a little break. The energy was great down here at the reserve in Toledo.
Yeah, seniors down to the final table now. Does anyone make any like training content out there on double board bomb pots, or is it just like a you got to pay to learn type of thing?
I don't really know the answer to that. I haven't sought it out, but you know, there's a lot of great content creators out there willing to pass on their information, sometimes for free on YouTube, sometimes for pay on training sites. And if you do want to learn, you know, those are pretty good avenues for doing that.
By pay to learn, I mean you play in a game and then you just lose.
Oh,
lose,
absolutely,
lose.
yes. The old school version of gambling tuition.
In some of our cash games, we've had to put a cap because, you know, it could kill the game kind of instantly sometimes if you got some players in there that aren't too familiar with double board bomb pots.
Oh, absolutely. And it can get real expensive. There's a variety of ways to learn for less money, including what you just described, putting a little cap on the game. Definitely helps people from making big mistakes.
Have they been double straddling pretty regularly?
Almost every hand.
I like it.
Yeah, it definitely creates some less conventional pre-flop situations.
You got the golden pony.
Deuce king 7 on the flop. Dash got the best of it here with a king. Check to the turn.
And a nice bet and win there for Dash on the turn. What Dash just did there is a very strong play. He says, I think I have the best hand pretty often here. I don't want to pile in a bunch of money, but also I want to fold out some weakish hands, and if my opponent's drawing, I want them to pay a little bit.
It's good for the game.
And that's a very important thing to do when you're playing PLO live.
Fearless Joe said, Crush Live Poker has a double board bomb pot section.
Or you can come down to the reserve and get some real life experience here at the tables.
Usually in our 1-2 games, $200 cap across all streets. So
that's a nice way to get the experience without paying too much in mistake costs.
And once you're in for the 2 and you're the big one, you gotta be in for the 6.
Aces, is that allowed?
No.
Oh, found Should have straddled both times.
So Vince has raised it up to 300 with some pretty strong kings. Chad's next to act with an okay hand. Here's the great thing about PLO. You can do a lot of different stuff if that's what your read of the situation is. And here, Chad says, I got an okay hand, and as long as I can get a heads up with a hand like Vince's, I'm going to be doing just fine.
Yeah, I got aces. Oh, I got the 6, 7, 8, 9. Take our money.
Vince goes ahead and calls. And as you'll see from the equities in our graphic, these two hands heads up against each other are pretty equal. So say you're Vince here and you just have a pair of kings on a board that's pretty draw heavy. It's kind of hard to want to continue here. And even though if you could see Chad's hand, you know you have a 40% chance to win. Without being able to see Chad's hand, the situation starts to feel a lot more intimidating. And that's why you'll see him go ahead and fold. I think that's a prudent fold by Vince, and really great play by Chad just to put that pressure on him. The other key thing that his raised preflop did was knock out all of the other players. And Chad's hand does considerably better if it's heads up versus in a multi-way pot.
Are there like some random games that are tough to US? Anything US?
You start into the power
Italy, France.
Yeah, this is like something like you're saying.
My favorite here when
I mean, that's cool. I would go. Yeah, it's just I like soccer, but I don't like that.
England's good. Brazil's good.
Can't pick a Super Bowl.
France is always really good.
Messi playing?
Yeah.
So would you say that was more of a situation where Vince probably thinks he might still be good there on the flop, but he doesn't want to have to risk what he might have to pay on the turn of the river, basically?
Definitely. Even if his hand is good, in the conventional sense of like my kings are the quote best hand right now, it's really hard to know how strong your hand is on a ton of different runouts.
United States.
Yeah, let's go play basketball, soccer, hockey, whatever it is. Women and U.S. dominate.
9-1 in hockey and 120 to 50 in basketball.
It is crazy how much women dominate.
Ace, king 9, 1 suit for Andy here. He's going to pot it up to 500.
Well, that Canada game was sick too. Both overtime, right?
Yeah.
Vampire continues with a pretty good middle card hand.
And then our first goal for the hockey.
Vince continues
with
a very nice hand. And Chad's certainly going to get in there as well.
Stick away and
That was,
split the defense.
And then the safe two in the third. The stick save. Oh my god.
There's so many like real
And Chad with that dangling deuce.
That game could have been 3-1, 4-1, and we hung in there.
I mean, we had some crazy.
Chad goes ahead and makes a pretty hefty bet here, telling everyone, I got a lot of different hands here, and this deuce might be good. And if you guys want to continue, you're going to have to pay.
The 5-on-3 too was nasty.
Oh yeah, the 5-on-3.
Andy's in a really tough situation here. Aces are usually the best hand. He's got a 9 as a little bit of backup. If he continues, makes sense to me. If he folds, that makes sense too.
Only got 2 shots on him too. I think they should go a little
Chad goes ahead and takes it down.
I think Vince folded out a turn. I don't think Vampire's folded yet, even though I do expect him to. There it is. Corey having a nice day.
So far, so good. But things can change real fast in PLO. And it's really important that you just kind of hang in there, see what unfolds, and even if you get loser at first, know that things can change very quickly in your favor.
Yeah, we are on the viewer, or on the rotation.
I can't tell you how many sessions I've started out big loser, 3, 4, 5, 10 buy-ins, and then the tide changes, you switch back, and boom, you're in the black.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you want me to be there. Oh, thank you.
Shout out to Chad Fell 9927. $99.99 for the crew donation. Much appreciated.
I think you beat me every time. You told 2 guys their hands.
I'm not exactly sure how they're measuring these VPIP stats. As Carlos was saying earlier, VPIP, or maybe Plouffe was saying it, is just a measure of how often people are getting involved by voluntarily putting money in the pot. It tells part of the story. I think people probably overrate it as a metric, but it can tell you kind of something in perhaps a superficial way. Corey has raised it up here with double suited 10-10 Jack-7. That's a pretty good hand. It's on Vince out of position. Goes ahead and calls. Chad's in there. And it looks like Andy's going to call as well. Got 4 players to the flop.
Top 2 for Vince. And bottom 2 for Chad, who's going to bet out 600.
Vince puts in the raise. He says, I think I have the best hand right now. And if you want to continue, I want you to pay a little bit more. Be a little surprised if Chad decided to call there, but if the money's deep enough, it's going to work.
Thank you.
Some flush draws in the back door. And a 10. A 10 would be cool, maybe. If nobody else couldn't.
253 viewers watching. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. This is our 5, 10, 25, 50, 100. Does it ever get to 200?
Oh, we've had the 200 on a few times tonight, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of them.
Fucking picking on them, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I don't know. The game is fucking weird, dude. Fucking weird.
Is that what they're calling?
Yeah, bully Chad. Yeah. That's his name.
Where to go? Two. Fold, fold. Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
Was Dash just feeling bored there, or I mean, that's probably a hand I'm not a PLO expert by any means, but that's probably a hand I'm just gonna let go.
I think Dash just did something subtle and very good, which is when you have a number of blinds like 5 that we have here. That's 5, 10, 25, 50, 100. Sometimes raising small does a couple of things. One, it knocks out the players behind you and buys you absolute position in the hand. You know, we could see from the graphics, Andy's been in there some, Jake's been in there some, but they know if they call first and second to respond to Dash's raise, it's very likely going to go multi-way. So that's an immediate pressure on them. Also, by raising small there, Dash keeps the pot size relative to the stack size relatively deep. And what that does is allow a player who's in position, like Dash would have been there or was there on the flop, to have more flexibility in the way he plays his hand. I think that was like a underrated kind of like small live player play that can work out really well.
300. Raise to 1,000. They're watching and no game on future.
I'm here for the insight.
Victor here makes the observation Joe CADA doesn't look like he's having any fun. And I hear what you're saying, Victor, but I also think you want to understand, and this goes out to everyone trying to play live poker out here, that what fun represents to different people is expressed in different ways. And for a guy who's played as much poker as Joe's played, fun can certainly not look like it does for other people, such as Dash, who's a really outgoing guy, likes to laugh, likes to joke, likes to be socially engaged. Joe might be having a ton of fun just tracking the play, just paying attention and getting really into the game. And the more you play poker, the more you get an appreciation for how wide of a range of ways to engage with it you can have.
Jared's probably watching. Where's Jared? You don't want to play with PLO?
Playing HOLDEM actually.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
All right, so Corey's put in a big 3-bet with a nice big card hand.
Looks like they're getting it in.
And what has happened here?
The flop's already out. We're just back behind on the graphic.
Pre-flop, the action was
300.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry.
getting caught up right now. Yep. Jake has a royal flush draw. Corey's got top 2 with Broadway cards.
Check.
Hey,
3,000.
no, he's about to take the call.
Oh, I'm sorry there.
No worries. We were on something else, and the graphics kind of went in and out. So we're gonna get caught up in just a second here.
Let me know when you're caught up.
She saw it first.
I'm sure, but I'm not flipping.
He's just backing up the action.
I already froze it. What do you got?
He saw it first. He's on.
They already-
I didn't hear you.
Four, bet 3,000. Chad called 3,000.
That's a fold on there?
3, yeah, Chad's down.
I'll take a wheel.
3 pots all in. 4 pots all in. They are all in.
So we've got the biggest pot of the night so
Yeah.
far.
We are all in, going once or twice. We are all in, going twice. Let me know when you're good to go.
Royal flush draw against top 2 and a gut shot.
Don't miss it.
You were live, Chad. Yeah, face team there.
No, you're good, man.
I'm dead to the backdoor space.
Queens.
Dawn.
I got
Dawn-
nothing. I got nothing back.
Put up 3 other.
I got 3 spades too.
And he
And
makes
there's the royal.
It's not bad.
It's a decent start. Oh, he didn't want to see that.
Twice, man.
2 times.
The stuff is good, yeah.
To the queens, yeah.
Find the deuce for style points.
Sounds like a chop. Missed the graphic on the second board there, but he's chopping it up. Vinny Lansing, appreciate it.
After that first word, you
How much the chop is? Yep, I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get it all in 3 ways and hope that they think we're fucking going twice, because I'm not.
I wish you got it in 3 ways and froze us at once.
Yeah, that would be.
I don't have it.
Set of tens or something, just once.
Alright, 2, 3. 3,080 is going to each player. That's what you needed, right?
So Corey and Jake chop up a very nice pot.
Corey, baby. That's the guy that went the first quarter was
10-7 now.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, never again.
Don't feel bad, bud. I'm losing.
Thank you, guys.
I'm losing
I
more
want
than
the
you.
board.
Joe, I think you're first. Sorry about the delay there. We missed. I'm not sure what we missed. We missed something there.
Hey, appreciate you guys saying like and subscribe. Really helps us out. Helps us with the YouTube algorithm.
I'm losing the most.
We're here for the people.
And thank you to Vinny Lansing for supporting Corey's team. It's a very generous donation.
Just a little starter kit. Just a little spring.
Yeah, so you just piped down 2 pairs.
Someone to get
You know, what am I happy?
I gave the 10 and 6 and got the 10 and tips back when we were doing the break.
As soon as I was giving you all my money, then you gave it to them. Full.
You know, only guy I can beat is him.
He just beat you the last game he said that to him.
Fuck, I'm
Yeah, watch out for that.
Mr. Drilling It, we are a rake-free club. Each player pays a seat fee at the beginning of the game, and that's going to be all they're going to pay for the night.
My highlights winning one hand against Corey.
We don't take any rake here out of any pots. So all that money that's on the table is going to be on the table.
I won one hand against Corey tonight.
Yeah, further than not, it's cool.
Got Jed's card.
Only guy that beat him tonight.
I'm okay losing 15K as long as I win one.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that other one. We just got to trust what we hear, and they chopped it up.
Did you hear that hand?
I think I'm not sure if the graphic. I think the graphics got reset now because it had Jake at 36K and he's back down to 25.
Open-ended check?
I remember, I have a flush.
Check.
I had air in the flop. I agree that hand. 4-5-9 king. 1-2.
This will be first time we have 5 cards tournament.
This year?
First time ever, isn't it?
1200.
Is that an option in the figure PLO too?
Vampire decides to bet his ace with open ender.
Takes
Do
it
they
down.
still have a double board tournament?
Yeah.
Figure PLO tournament? Later.
And he's going to take that one down.
Wow.
And
So you can play like high-low,
They give you like 6 or 8 games to choose from.
I don't even know.
Makes you bouncy play late too.
I might not play many
It's
tournaments.
like a big one?
Maybe like 50K or something, 25K.
How'd you do that once? I'm sure, but when
Guys talking over their World Series of Poker experience out there.
I had a lot of chips at one point.
Yeah, it's great.
Joe and Dash, two of the most successful players at the World Series of Poker in the state of Michigan.
200 is awesome.
I should have checked back the river. It was dumb. I got greedy.
You know what he had or no?
No, he told me he had a flush. I believe him, but
Of all Dash's success, the thing I remember most is being like 16 or 17 years old and watching a Heartland Poker Tour event on one of the obscure networks that it used to be on from Soaring Eagle, and Dash took it down.
Oh yeah, he's been doing it longer than anyone.
And it was heads up, and he got dealt pocket aces against ace king heads up to win the whole thing.
That's just a spot where all the money goes in. There's nothing else to it.
Had to be like 2007 or something, 2006 maybe.
All right, Vampire calls here with a decent double-suited hand. Chad calls. Dash calls, and Andy goes ahead and puts the raise in with a nice double-suited hand. And here's where a play like Chad just made is going to pay off.
You expect him to put in the 4-bet, or was this a $200 straddle?
Yeah, as long as we got the graphic right, Chad's going to go ahead and put in a back raise. And, you know, that's going to pump a bunch of extra money into the pot, get some extra limps in there. And that's one of the things about these like 5 straddle games is it's really useful to include aces once in a while in the hands that you limp with, because there's so many players left to act behind you pre-flop that you're going to get an opportunity a lot more often than you would in a conventional small blind, big blind setting to put in that back raise.
And they're going to get it all in here.
No one's going to be a huge favorite or anything. You know, just a couple of pretty good hands. Actually, Chad has a great hand. Andy has a very good hand. And they're doing just fine.
One time I heard. And Andy gets there. Picked up the clubs on the turn. Hit the gutter ball on the river to scoop it.
I think it's pretty common for people in Chad's seat, though this won't apply to Chad, to feel like, oh, I have aces, they always lose, blah, 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 blah. We've all heard those refrains, and that's just simply not true. It's good to remind yourself so often, in poker in general, and specifically in PLO, that you played your hand well, as Chad did there, and you just live with the results. And if you feel too strongly about it, you know, ask yourself, one, is this something that I feel like's been happening to me often lately? That can be a common source of frustration that then just kind of boils over. Or two, am I just always remembering the losses with aces and not the times I win with them? And that's another pretty common mental trap that people fall into that you really want to avoid.
What's happening? Let's getting the
Keep this chair here. This will be the massage chair. You can pass the massage chair around.
Oh, okay.
Easier than those other ones.
Am I still giving you 40?
Dash getting ready for a massage. It's a great way to stay calm, not let the stress of playing live poker get too intense for you, and you know, let your body kind of relax while you're putting in these long hours. And Dash puts in longer hours than about anyone.
Blue, catching again now?
Blue, if you're a showboat and acting like that's gonna be a no-show.
thought so.
Andy
There was whispers.
Andy
thought maybe you
Andy
went
said
to
you
get
told him
John
7
or something.
p.m. You thought you were gonna get a little hit and run in first. He ran good the first hour too. It would have been you. Probably been up for 50 balls.
You got him.
$200 bomb pot.
My fucking hand.
2 seconds, you got it. Go ahead. Thank you. Check.
Set of jacks on the bottom for Vampire.
Check.
Double board bomb pot.
You gotta be the favorite.
Check.
No one's
I
got a
definitely
closer
my
to
chance
doing it
of
again.
1,000.
winning one of these freaking boards.
Definitely got a better chance to win the main than the spot.
100%.
Corey's got a pretty strong hand on the top board, and a hand like queens is always going to be kind of nice on that bottom board because if you do hit a queen, you're in quite good shape.
Vince had a nice wrap on the top board, but nothing really to go with it on the bottom.
Top pot game, will leave those rest in front of you.
Every time he gets a little better, probably.
Probably. Because everyone plays a little bit worse against me.
And you play a little
The
better.
first year
Now
after
Corey's
winning
going to pick up
hands,
flush draws on
6
both
foul,
boards.
No one folded. I'm just like, dude, I'm bluffing way too much. No one folds to me.
Now this is
And
going
I'm
to
just
get
like,
real
start tightening
interesting.
up. I'm
I
like,
feel like
"Alright,
we
everyone just pays me every
have
time."
a pretty big pot brewing.
Vampire picked up a flush draw on the top board now.
And he's got the nut,
Booster seats, I'll bring it home.
and he decides to play it
I used
slow
to- I used
by
to bluff
checking
them
back
like
the
that, and I
turn.
play tight and bluff. Just gotta switch the rolls up a little bit.
So a nice thing about what Vampire did here is it really conceals the strength of his hand. The downside to doing that is you end up having a tougher time getting value when you check back a hand as strong as the one he did here. But Corey and Vampire have played a lot together, and Vampire certainly has some interesting reasons for playing the way he does against him. And here it pays off. Trips on one board, set on the other.
Oh, you have a 5? I don't even go on there, but I follow a thing on Twitter that they like replay hands and like go.
And he gets paid.
So I see clips of the hands all over, so for like 2,500, 500. Yeah, just like 2 million thrown.
Button move, thank you.
Jungle Man play that kill that dude.
Oh yeah, those games, that was crazy too. Those Triton ones,
Yeah.
those live Triton. I'm talking
The biggest of all time. And
Yeah, that was
Texas backers.
the duel with the guy that owns like.
Button is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were crazy too.
Celebrate with 2, my man.
I found it kind of interesting when you talked about Dash getting a massage because I'd say,
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, for the most part, you know, we don't deal with games that are of this size. You know, 2-5, sometimes 5-10, a lot of 1-2 games. And when a player gets a massage, a lot of times it's solely to just relax, and they kind of tighten up a little bit more. They're more like just kind of in relaxed mode, and they're not really playing as many hands as they normally would.
Sure.
So, kind of interesting to see the different perspective here where a professional might get a massage and still be keyed in on the game a little bit more than a recreational player.
Absolutely.
I think it was in the 250K in Bahamas.
Sure.
The guy went all in for 200.
Chat's needle in there.
Like 100 big blinds. Got that a nice line.
Called 2.
Smoker calling with queen 7 off.
The tournament?
Yeah.
Wow.
Somebody said, did Dash just take off a long sleeve polo and have a short sleeve polo under?
Dash is from Michigan, as we all know. It's important to dress in layers.
We got that 160-degree day last week. That was a tease.
Yeah. Lost a lot of snow, but thankfully we got some back over the weekend, and it's still a winter wonderland up there.
Yeah, peek in the window and see what's going on.
I'll get you to click.
See how crazy people are these days.
500.
Vince betting his queen high flush draw there, and he takes it down. Nobody else really had anything.
400, 800.
With the occasional 16-32 on 2 of the hands.
Connor said you get this one in there.
What are you guys sitting on?
100 is up.
30K.
Yeah, I'll see if we can get an update, Marge. I know you're correct. I'm not sure how that got thrown off there. Corey definitely does have more than. Well, now it's got him at 1,500.
Everybody loves Chad. No, that's the same hand you,
Remember for a long time ago.
I'm pretty sure Corey's got some interest. That's what I feel for Chad here.
Stakeholders.
Always do, but.
Ready for 500? Call 500. Hold.
Millie, you just 3 out of me, just.
I missed that.
Oh, don't worry. They'll tell you how I did it so bad.
Call 5.
There we go.
Hold.
We missed a place. Graphics updated. 14,000 for Corey. Not 1,400.
4 players.
4 ways to the flop here. Chad was feeling spicy. Set of 7s for Corey.
1,200.
Playing this televised game in Reno, and it was supposed to be 100 to 100. Okay, straddle anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 every single hand.
Happy for you guys. Happy for you guys.
Towards the end of the night, really deep.
350.
I mean, for the most part, most people will buy on the 100 to 100 game for about like 50K.
Fold.
And then people start buying it
Back,
for 100.
Adam.
Welcome back.
This is the first time we've been together in the booth.
Heck yeah.
I'm excited about it and watching one of the greatest games.
I remember I asked him what he did. I run poker games. You run poker games.
Chad racing with the nut blockers and Corey, non-believer.
Yeah, like I said when they went to the flop here, Chad was just feeling spicy with this one.
Chad is one of those action players. I was saying to Dom, if I'm playing and I see Chad at the table, I am terrified. Because I know he's going to put me to the test for any amount of money I have in the middle.
Straddled every hand all night from everywhere.
Yeah. Nice. Wow. I'm saying it's left.
He's a legend on the West Coast.
Wow, and he continues. Oh my goodness. And if you're Corey, you have to be worried. I don't know the pre-flop action, but I would be terrified.
Aces raised to 500, Dash called with kings, and then Corey called and Chad called. So we were 4 ways to the flop, $500 apiece.
Oh my goodness.
Then Corey led on the flop, and Chad put in the bluff raise. Oh, buddy.
Wow, and Chad's bet really feels like he's going for value. If I'm Corey and I don't boat up on the river, am I calling Chad's?
Oh, that's the money card for Corey. And he's not going to check it. He's not going to give Chad a chance to... Chad only had 4K left. I don't know if there was anything that he could have done there anyway. Oh, actually looks like he might have a little bit more than that, but...
And considering the hand that Chad was representing, I like that bet. Because Corey is targeting that nut straight.
Huge pot.
Wow. And look at that, come back and we finally got over that 100 like mark. Everyone in the chat showing love. The professor.
I'm definitely not the PLO professor. I was just kind of sitting back listening to Dom do some analysis, and I was like, taking it in, you know?
Oh yeah, the guy, I've never played with him, but he gives me the feeling that he could be a wizard, maybe. But personally, I love PLO, but I am a fish, and these MGM guys know it. When I come to the table, they're like, oh, yeah, because we know Action Carlos is going to be putting some money in the middle.
Okay, 10K check.
And I see Dash there getting a massage. When I play tournaments, I never get a massage. I used to, but it just like for some reason I just lose all my utzma, my go at it attitude. But in a cash game, maybe it's different.
Well, it's funny. You know, when Dash started a massage, Dom kind of said, you know, it's a good way for him to relax. He plays really long sessions. And that was kind of what I said, you know, like here, when you, in the lower stakes games, I mean, we don't have a lot of big, gigantic games like this with a ton of pros coming in, but when you see the lower stakes players, the 1-2, the 2-5, the tournament players, a lot of times when they're getting a massage, they're kind of just in the zone. They're playing a little bit tighter than they normally would, you know. I call it they're in massage mode. Because they're just feeling the good feels of the massage, and it's like they don't want to get too out of line sometimes, I feel like.
Wow, and Joe looks like he's gambling. He has the ace king 7-7, and he's putting in like a third, like a third of his stack, just potting it. We're seeing some serious gamble out of Joe right now. I'm not saying he has a bad hand. I'm just saying to pot it there pre-flop with that, I don't know. And a beautiful flop for Joe. My goodness, it's just unfortunate that Corey does have something and is almost definitely calling. But Joe's blocking the nut straight, has the nut flush draw. He's so happy with his hand right now.
It is a great flop. If he's going to fire it up like that, that's exactly the flop that he wants to see. Chad also with a flush draw. And then Corey with bottom set.
And I wonder what's going to happen because Joe's already all in. The action is just with Chad and Corey. Binks it. What a savage.
Good life for Joe.
Gets super out of line
Hey.
pre-flop and just hits
You
it.
saw the hands I played all
So
the
sick.
It's not like I waited for aces. I waited for pocket sevens. Wow, straight flush.
I have a funny story about Joe. I went to his home game when I was younger, first kind of starting out poker. I beat him in a hand. I bluffed him. It was like a 2-5. He doesn't even care. I went home and was like, I am the best in the world. I'm telling my mom I'm beating the best in the world, Mom. I'm on track.
It was like the Rounders Johnny Chan.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's like, he doesn't care. It's 2-5. Like I got older and realized how ridiculous I was feeling that day.
You sicko. Mike says, don't forget about our 20K guaranteed team event tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
If you haven't played a team event here, one of the most fun events we put on. It's always a packed house. Start out with 2 separate tournaments. You rotate back and forth, and then you combine stacks after late registration ends. And then at that point, you get the time consult chip, which is always madness. If you got a big decision in a hand, you can throw that chip in, call your partner over, get some time to talk about it, make a decision together.
And that's what we do differently that I just love about our team events. It's that being able to actually be a team and consult and be like, we're going to together decide if we're going to put our tournament life on the line. And I think that's awesome. It creates a dynamic that other places just don't do. It should be the standard, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I think there are other places that do it, but I mean, obviously I'm biased. I love the way we run it here.
I don't think it's just you, though. Like, ask anyone who comes to the reserve. They know we are extremely professional and run a tight ship here. That's why I chose to be here and love being here, is because the level of professionalism, the level of tournaments This is like a huge stage. Like, look at this cash game.
We didn't try on trips or five.
Only live stream in the Midwest.
You guys wanna play next game?
I'm out. I had a sort of.
And now we're seeing some big stacks accumulating. Jake with 25,000 in his stack. Potentially, if him and Corey go to war, we're gonna see a 40K pot. Wow, Joe just flopping the nuts with the redraw.
With the redraw.
Chad with the wrap here and the backdoor flush draw.
And he puts in the raise.
Wow, and I imagine
Bad timing.
I imagine Joe is just gonna pile this in, right?
Yeah.
Chad says, and he calls.
Yep. Chad wasn't too happy once he seen Joe pilot, but at that point.
But that's why Chad is scary. He's not. You're not gonna push him around, and he's live. Oh, and that's
Club on the turn. I'm not sure if they just said one time. Sounds like it was one timer.
And for the players at home that are new to poker, Chad's getting stuck. Expect him to come after it. We're going to start seeing a lot of action out of Chad. When someone gets stuck, they start going to war.
Playing one for
You're looking to see if a seat opens. This guy's like a shark.
Yeah, that was one of the things when I first sat down here with Dom that he was kind of talking about, you know, in PLO especially. You know, he said there's been times where he's been stuck up to 10 buy-ins, you know, at the beginning of the session, and he's came back, grinded it out, and things can change very quickly. Even like a hand like this here, where we saw Joe had the top set with a flush draw. Chad didn't have a flush draw. He had a wrap with backdoor flush draw. Graphics showed us 53% to 47%.
Basically a flip.
Yeah.
And he's got a set and a flush draw like that. This is PLO for you. That's why it's such a great game. It's an action game. A lot of people don't like the variance. Some people do.
And the chat was kind of saying that Joe didn't look like he was having too much fun a little bit ago. I bet you he's having fun now. He's up to 23K.
That's one of the things I noticed about Joe that makes him a fierce player is it's hard to get a read on him. He's very stoic. And that's what you kind of got to need when you play these live events and live cash games.
Well, Dom made a good point, too. He said, you know, for a lot of these guys, their definition of fun is never going to be the same as somebody else's. You know, Dash is a talker. You know, a lot of these guys like to joke around and have fun, and some of them have fun just, like you said, being stoic, feeling out the game.
Texas Mike was
It doesn't always look the same, but
and he kept shoving all
different ways of having fun.
And he would re-enter the tournament, and there's like 30, 40
And something else, in PLO, a little bit different than No Limit. When you're oh wow, just to point out, Jake with a monster. Ace is double suited, arguably one of the greatest hands you can have pre-flop. Just flats.
But we could never get one in 3 or 4 people.
What I was saying is, in No Limit, you bet to deny equity. In PLO, you want to go post-flop to realize what your outs are, what hand you actually have.
Exactly. What?
Jake probably hoping that somebody would have put in the raise there so he could back raise, but
now he's upset.
Not meant to be.
At least he has a back door, but he's not happy about that flop. Even more so, he's not happy about that turn. He could still have the best hand, but with 20 other cards out there in your opponent's hands, one of them can be a king pretty easily.
Like I just looked at my account, it was actually 26 in there. Like, we changed it. And then they gave us a satellite too. We were one in every 4 main event winners. Got another 26K. And then they did that bonus on
Another
top
thing
of that.
too, when you have the King Jack 9-9, when you turn top trips, you really don't like having 9-9. You'd much rather prefer to have King Jack 9-8, because then you have an extra 3 outs instead of having only 2 outs to hit that boat on the turn. That becomes one of the top boats.
Shout out to the chat. 297 watching, 105 likes. If you could take a second and like for us, it really helps us out.
Oh yeah.
Either way, we appreciate everybody tuning in.
Absolutely. So much love from this group of guys too. It's awesome. It's really awesome to see.
Mr. JT in the chat.
Yeah, I'm sure that's Nick. I am not a wizard. I agree. You definitely want to pot it pre-flop with the aces double suited. I also do not like flatting there. That is a monster of a hand that you flop a ton with. But sometimes for deception, I like calling with my aces. I guess specifically aces with 1 suit if I'm out of position. But I kind of agree. That's not the best.
I think his hope there was that someone raised and he could back raise. I don't think.
I agree with you. Beautiful hand for Jake. See, in PLO too, you want all your cards to kind of connect. Now he has like multiple straight draws with the 3. If he had a 6, he can't hit a straight at the bottom.
Check, check. Can I get a wash? Check.
Jake flopping top 2 is going to bet it out.
It's a good hand. He has 2 backdoor flush draws too. Very strong hand.
Chad's got a couple of straight draws. He's going to come along.
Top boat. Super nuts. Chad had the double gutter and the backdoor flush draw. Sure, that's why he's calling.
Yeah, that's going to shut him down.
So is Blue playing or no? Like, he's not coming in. He's in there. He's
Yeah,
like next on the list.
Joe's playing his button and everyone came out west. He said leave the chips there, you're fine. Andy, you want the deuce?
I mean, obviously I'd like to play, but you guys are gonna change
No,
the
we
blue
both
by
know,
bro.
What?
You know,
You're good.
No, bro, we're just totally.
I know you're teasing. You say something.
We were gonna.
Either way, it's not like a like.
No,
maybe-
no, Bashir's leaving. Bashir's getting up. Bashir's.
That being said, we're not affecting. You got a young kid on the way, you want to be well rested?
Yeah,
you know, and-
yeah, bro. You have to get your rest and shit. You're not gonna be able to rest much for a while.
For real, so like bank up some rest.
Yeah, dude, go home, dude. Get like fucking go home. Decent drive. Yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, you're.
Not sure if they're talking about really pumping the game up and not everyone's on board with that. Might be a misread by me, but we'll see here in a minute.
Just looking for stacks real quick.
I mean, I'm a little biased, but this is a huge game. I would also be afraid of that, but these guys are on a whole nother level. So maybe they will.
Yeah, I don't think we got caught up with Chad there. We'll get his graphic caught up in a second.
Joe with a huge hand. Jack 10, 8, 7, double suited. All the cards connected. Remember, you have to play 2 in your hand, so if you want to hit a flush, you're going to need to have both of them suited, so that's a very strong hand. And look at that.
Nut flush for Dash. Just a little flush for Joe D, and Vince over there with top set of kings.
Oh, that's an action flop. I'm curious to see how Dash is going to play this, because a lot of the times in PLO, you want to deny equity, but with the nut flush, you have the best hand possible. You're only afraid of the board pairing and very, very unrealistic straight flush. So I like this trap, this call. And here in position too, I really like the trap in position because now he can lead out. I feel like his hand is, the players are probably going to know what he has, but he still denies the equity now, and he could have check raised if Joe bet. So I did like the trap on the flop, and then the bet here, very standard. And he bets small to get a worse hand to call. This is something different that I would do differently that these players know better. He's going for value.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, we have to re-verify, and then I re-verify.
Looks like it's gonna work.
And they want me, I'm like,
They have the glitchiest.
I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I don't even try.
Yeah,
I'm like, race to the event, so well, I guess I'm not playing now because you guys
Yeah.
want to not change your
Who's gonna
software.
say for, yeah.
I feel like if anybody emails them and like they'll take care of it, it's gonna be your name.
No, definitely not.
they're
You
certain-
know,
And Joe, seeing this action, has to know his
$200
flush draw is no
three, 4
good.
pages of things are no-brainers that are good for the player and for them, and they're just like, it's not our software, we can't do anything.
Yeah. You just got to fold that there. You see so much action in front of you, you know your flush is no good.
Yes, like me being a.
Yeah, you did something with them.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if Dash gets away, because you have a monster, but that was the only card you didn't want to see is the board pair. Depending on his sizing.
Dude,
No, Michigan makes
crazy.
it makes a lot of sense to
The
Michigan.
first like 3 months I was up 6.
I believe he said all in,
4, 5, 10.
and Dash snap folds. Doesn't even think about it.
Look at that. It shows the quality of players we're seeing. He just knows he's no good. Didn't even think about it. Like, me personally, I give it some time to think, but these players know what they're doing. At the high level, they calculate things so quickly. They go over their options much faster than at the lower level when you really have to think things through.
I was always like, I'll take a little
The
break.
best
and
showing
I-
how
you
it's
know,
done.
it's always gonna be there type thing. Like, I can always come back, but then the break always became 400.
You don't really play, no? Like,
Yeah.
Vegas and then.
Bahamas.
Yeah, big one.
A cruise. I do a cruise every year. That's like.
Maybe that massage gave him some instinct.
That's so
Wasn't that right?
Yeah, the cruise is unbelievable.
You go on the same one.
It's like the.
You go on the same cruise together.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no hand that Vince is ever gonna bet there at the end. Like, he's not gonna bet a queen high flush there.
No, absolutely, I agree with you. The only thing is, the reason I say I would have thought about it is he only went all in for 5,000. There's already 11 in there.
Only 5,000, huh?
Isn't that crazy to say? Unbelievable.
It's so fun though.
I bet $5,000 in a
Only
$200
5,000.
Yeah, I knew I was getting called. That was the point.
5,000?
5,000 and $200 hand. I knew I was getting called.
Yeah, I heard the games are 6.
If I didn't switch firms in August, I would have won.
The rates are the same, but
Joe with a min raise.
they're like so.
He's in position, so I like this hand.
Well, in a normal, like, if you
And if
go
someone
cruise during the
repots,
year,
because you
and,
min
like,
raised
play,
it, the
like,
pot's still small enough to
like,
continue
cruise
on.
games, they're pretty
So
high,
I think
like,
that's a really calculated bet.
normally it's
And a lot of decent playable hands behind him, all coming along for 200.
I'm talking about.
Queen, queen, 6 flop, nobody with a queen.
They have, like,
Interesting.
2,500, 1,100 buy-in. The
I wonder if no one shows interest in this, if someone's going to come after it, because this is PLO. So you assume someone has something, right? But just like in No Limit, there's only 2 queens left, so I imagine someone can try and steal it, but at the same time, it's scary.
Honestly, the first year I did the cruise, I've never felt bad playing poker before, and I felt bad playing poker with these guys. Really? I felt bad.
Got Dom coming back in. I'll talk with you guys in a little bit.
I belong to the country club, and I run like a small poker game. Like 1-2, people want to play one roll up, and I keep it small on purpose.
Hey Adam, how's the action going?
Right, yeah.
Joe's been on a heater.
They probably wouldn't play bigger if they keep losing that much. You know, crazy amount.
Yeah, they try to well.
Were you in here still when he doubled up the first time?
No.
So he doubled up once and then he doubled up twice.
Can I do next hand? No, cheers. Can I do next hand? You want to do that? Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying if he wasn't happy before, he's happy now.
Good.
Maybe make some more money first, and then do the bomb pot.
Yeah, he put in a squeeze with Ace King 7-7 with the Ace 7 hearts, and The flop came 8-6-5, so he was blocking.
I shopped it one year for the 98.
Ended up getting it in 3 ways, I believe. Corey had bottom set, and I think Chad was in there as well, but I can't remember the exact hand.
Usually hear some of the hand
And he banked the flush right on the turn.
There's something that will blow your mind. There's this one guy.
Then he got in another big hand with Chad where he flopped set of 10s, top set, with a flush draw, queen high flush draw. Chad had a wrap.
And then put his hand right here. And then the dealer would take his hand.
It's still like a dope ass.
And again, they ended up getting 10K in on the flop.
One time he only made it
And
one time he claimed he had
Joe hit the flush on the turn right again.
Nice. Oh, it's good to run like that.
But listen to this. So there's this one hand he played. So we all have, me and 2 other guys have 30 big blinds. Everyone else has like 7 or less. Or 8 maybe. I open king second act. Big flats on the bottom. Big blind flat. So us 3 biggest chips stack at king. Flop comes 8, 9, 10. Big blind checks. I check. He bets 4 big blinds. Guy goes on for 33 bigs. I fold. He calls the pocket quarters.
The hand that you left on too, where Chad called with the jack 8-3 deuce. It was 9-7-6 on the flop. 9-7-6 on the flop. Corey flopped a set of 7s, and then Chad tried to represent.
Yeah, that's a nice squeeze by Dash there. It's going to get called in a few spots. When you squeeze a hand like that, pretty often you'll get called by some hands you're doing well against, such as Chad's or maybe even some smaller cards.
So you're basically telling me we just don't play it out? My friend this year got heads up and he gave the guy like they were playing for like.
Chad's ready to gamble at this point. He's taken some beats here in the last 30 minutes or so.
And like he had, it was like maybe 70-30 or 60-40 in chips, and they're playing for 40K heads up and he gives him 2.
That's exactly the flop that Dash was hoping for, right?
Yeah, that's about as close to as good as it gets. And now Corey's in a tough spot, I think, with people behind him.
Well, he didn't think too long.
Be interesting to see what Chad does. We know he has a hand that's doing very well, but when you're in Chad's seat, it's very hard to understand that.
Yeah, bottom 2 doesn't feel good right now.
No, it does not. Feels a lot better now. It picks up the straight draw to go with the 9s and 4s. And Dash improves to the best hand there with the Jack 10.
Jack 10-8? Yeah, I called the 300. I just needed to call the 50.
With a chop.
I wasn't happy with the chop.
Dash is going to win a nice pot there.
What's his hand? King, queen, jack, jack. Huh?
25K.
Every time I got a fucking 8 in my hand too, man. Fuck too good.
Let me win one, bro. I need to handle. Should chop with you, Dash. I'm so God, I know you're hot right now. I want to go out. You might be one of those made up that run up.
I had ace jack 10-8. I didn't have an 11 suit.
King, queen, jack, jack.
I had a wrap on the flop. A super wrap on the turn. Apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Your bomb.
Oh, bomb.
Wow.
I got the fucking 8 too. Are you a good for a deuce on the
We did.
Huh? Plus 10 or something? Plus 2. River 3.
Yeah.
I got the 8 now.
Back to the bomb pots.
River feather, motherfucker.
It's sleep.
told you, I'm not your talker. The talker's all over there. You're talking the wrong guy.
So we've hit kind of the middle phase of a game like this. Everyone showed up at the same time. They've been playing for a while. And it's really important, if you're playing in one of these games, to just kind of look around and take stock of where people are. This guy's doing well. This guy's stuck. This guy's been patient so far, but is his patience running out? You know, a guy with a lot of experience, he's going to be able to hang in there pretty good. A guy with less experience, maybe he's going to get a little squirrely. And, you know, people were saying earlier, a little bit in the chat, oh, you know, not that much action or this and that. And what you have to understand is at this level, most poker is going to be played by a lot of players with a ton of experience and a lot of skill. And the game and the wins and losses are not necessarily in knowing more than your opponents, but it's in having a sensitivity to what's happening at the table and knowing this guy is going to struggle a little bit when he gets buried. This guy is going to tighten up and maybe I want to steal some pots from him. And it's in that control, in that awareness, in that sensitivity that you're going to find a lot of the right kinds of adjustments to make. And at this table, we've got a lot of players with a ton of experience that we might see some subtle shifts from about this time. Corey's got a nice drawing here, nice drawing hand here. Nut flush draw on one board. On the flop, he had a nut straight draw on the other with a backdoor flush draw, proved to a pair.
42.
And the nice thing about Vince's hand here is while he only has a good hand on one board, he can put a lot of pressure on his opponents to fold them off of a so-so hand on the other board.
And that's exactly what happens.
Even though Joe had aces and sixes and Vince had nothing on the ace-high board, he still is able to put enough pressure on him to fold Joe off a mediocre hand on one board. And that's pretty important. When you're playing double board, one of the ways to attack the game is to use the nuts on one board to leverage your opponents off of their hands on the second board. That's not all there is to the game, but it's definitely one way you can succeed in winning pots. The other thing to notice now is when you look up at the graphic and you see the stack sizes in the game, how much have they changed from when we started? When we started, everyone had 5 or 10K. Now you see these 25K, 30K stacks, and some of the smaller stacks as well. And it's kind of the friction that occurs when you have varying stack sizes at the table that can drive a lot of your decisions.
I think he's got the hat on.
Every time I look, he is.
4 and 5. Just spot 4. Just move them around a little bit for me. Thank you so much. All right, we're good. 6 folds over to Vince. Raise to 550. 600. 600. Get my list. Spot 10 calls.
Vince trying to keep the momentum going here. Raises it up. We had a $200 straddle. Vampire with a really nice hand here. Gonna come along, as well as Joe. All low cards out there. No one's really gonna connect. Joe's in the lead with a pair of queens, but it doesn't feel great. Joe might be a little handcuffed by his stack size right now. And he lets it go. 2 in a row for Vince.
Tournament. 2 in a row tournament. Rebuy tournament. Sit in your row.
Yeah, well, my son told us you should watch him on TV.
Right on cue after I talked about Joe being handcuffed by his stack size, he just added a few K onto the table. Tough to play with $3 when you got $50, $100, or $200 restraddles.
Yeah, this is all fake.
It's all tournament anyway. It's on 80K tournament chips.
It's a tournament. Yeah, but yeah,
$200.
Just go around tournament.
$200 gets you 10K. He's in for fucking $800.
Yeah. It's a bumpy start, but you know.
I know it's not ideal, but.
All right, everybody, cards on spot for me real quick, and we're gonna start the action on Joe.
Just for entertainment.
Yeah, the chips are 10. Yeah, the chips are 20x.
Roll.
The chips are 20x for TV.
You can
There's still 100 people in the tournament. It's still early.
Yo.
It's a feature table. Feature table.
Raise to 4. Call 4.
I'm
Call
happy.
4.
I'm happy I should
Line
go
2
to
fold.
the big put a box with that name on it.
Call 4.
I think it's building chat.
Huh?
Building the chat.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Call, we're good. I got 5 players.
Oh.
We got a comment here from Steve Stolzenfeld.
Yeah.
These guys are too rich to lose their patience over one session.
Check.
Steve, that's not true. Because
Check.
patience, confidence, discipline, all of those traits show up in various amounts in different people. And it's not about the absolute dollars to any one of these players. It's about the relative dollars. They all started the day at 0. They had one amount of money, and now all of them have an incremental amount more or an incremental amount less. And over the course of these games, people respond differently to being winner or loser. It's easy to sit back and say, man, they have so much money, it doesn't matter, they're going to play the same way. But that's not how human beings work. And you can be the most disciplined, the strongest player, but you're still going to shift. And in discipline means to keep that shift within a narrow range, and being undisciplined means the range that you shift in is going to be very wide. These are human beings, they're not computers, and we're about to see how they can endure the swings of a session in a game as big as this.
And just like people, we all want to grow and get better. These guys are analyzing their play, thinking things through, and trying to play a good game. These are some of the best players you're going to see, and if they win or lose, it's not necessarily about the money, but the quality of their play. They're going to look back, analyze, and try to improve. So that can be pretty tilting if you don't play to what you think your ability is.
That's a great point, Carlos. It's so interesting. I know when I'm playing, the person I get the most upset with is myself. I get mad at myself for making mistakes, or I get happy with myself for making good plays. And these guys are no different. The strongest minded among them can endure the swings, but even that strongest person still feels them from time to time.
We see Joe up piles and Chad down piles. Things are going to get interesting here.
And even though Joe's up, 19,000 in a game that's playing with $100 or $200 blind on, that can change in a hurry.
And that's one of the reasons I love PLO. In No Limit Hold'em, you can play for 10 hours and double up. In PLO, you can play for 10 hours and 20x your stack. It can happen.
It happens real fast.
Oh yeah, Ryan. This is a special moment we're having here at the reserve. This isn't something we're going to see all the time. where we team up with Team Michigan, and these players who are huge players, pros, come and represent and try to support our community.
2.5 might not be enough weight. A lot of weight. It wouldn't be for me. A lot of players I won't be. Just go down a lot. 900 practice for sure, but I'm not.
So, I got a question for you. When do you deviate to start playing very loose in a PLO game? What's one of the indicators that would cause you to open your range a lot wider than the standard play?
It's a good question. Sometimes you look for tight opponents, opponents who are playing too carefully and not fighting hard enough for pots. Sometimes you look for players who are too passive, who are just too happy to call pre-flop and then just let you show your hand down too easily post-flop. There's a lot of different nuances that you want to pay attention to realize, oh, this is a situation where I can play a little looser, or this is a situation where I need to play a little tighter sometimes. You have to be able to see those things in the way your opponents are playing.
So, would you say, in your opinion, this lineup, probably not the best move to go too loose, because these players are going to go after it if they have a piece?
Some of them will. Others just simply won't. And to all of the conversation in the chat about, these guys are pros, or, these guys are all too rich. Again,
that might be a hard one.
Any person thinking that is underestimating the raw human nature in all of these guys. Again, they all respond to circumstances differently, and learning how your opponents respond to those circumstances and adjusting for that is what is going to make the difference between you being a loser or a break-even player and being a big winner. And at the end of the day, the thing about poker is the feedback loop to give you the information about your level of skill just is not that strong, because variance can dwarf all of the skill advantages or disadvantages. And that's what makes it such a great gambling game.
Do you think Vampire is going to spring the raise? Oh, he does. I imagine he does that because now he can put a lot more in their pre-flop.
Yep.
Instead of raising and giving your hand strength away, and now we go post-flop super deep, where almost most flops are not as good for aces than the flops that are.
Exactly.
He's like, ooh, big pot.
How do you know?
You're allowed to come in, Cliff.
Yeah, come hang out.
You don't have to hide. You don't have to hide.
You seem to know when these type of pots are ruined.
Are you commentating back?
We're all here because
So now we're seeing 3 players to the flop here.
All with pretty good hands, and Joe flopping big, second nuts, with a gutter. If you're Vampire, you don't like this flop, right?
Oh, this is gonna be a big pot. Nail full.
You don't love this flop, but given that there's 14,000 in the pot and not that much left to play for, you just go with your aces. One of the things that people kind of get wrong in their heads when they're playing PLO and watching PLO is that the value of aces when the pot gets very large pre-flop is kind of twofold. One, you always have the best hand. Two, on virtually all boards, you get to go all in. And so there's a seen and an unseen effect. The seen effect is like, oh, my ace is held up, I win the pot, blah, blah, blah. Or you see the opposite. Oh, my opponent flopped a set, I don't have that good of equity, this doesn't feel that good. But that sort of thinking also ignores the unseen effect, which is the guy that has aces gets to go in all in on almost every flop. And that alone is so valuable. And Joe D gets a nice double. He had a pretty nice hand pre-flop. Nothing fancy, but enough to get it done. And he flopped as well as he could have, and that's going to often get the double up.
And Vampire, standard call.
Oh, yeah.
4,000 to win. I think it was 13. Like,
once Vampire has made the pot that large pre-flop with aces, and you get a flop that's as fair as that one is, you know, it's not Jack 10-9 all hearts.
Yeah.
That's going to be a pretty tough flop for aces if you have no other stuff to go with it. But these like middle card boards, no flush draw, that all stands to support the value of aces. He just got unlucky that Joe flopped a set of sevens.
that's very interesting, where I thought the flop was bad for aces, but you're kind of saying it wasn't a bad flop for aces. It kind of was a good flop for aces.
It's a fine flop, and so often with aces, excuse me, it's not about, oh, did I flop something that improved my aces? It's, did my opponents flop something that is going to beat aces often enough that I shouldn't shove? And on a flop like 10-7-5 rainbow, you're fine with aces. You just go with it.
You got the other two that here? Oh, shit.
Man, this is special. We're so calm, and $22,000 pots going left and right, huge pots. This is incredible. Like, you guys show some support. This is madness, you know. Like, subscribe, hit the notification. Team Michigan at the reserve. This is craziness. I love to see it.
And when these guys agree to play a game like this is absolutely what they've signed up for. And they know that. They've done it enough, and it's a pleasure to watch them do it here.
Absolutely. I feel honored, and to be a part of it in the booth. Oh, my goodness. The best seat in the house.
Canda's out there, probably.
That was something
I'll
I was
add a dime to his offer.
Oh, yes.
I said, I'll add a dime to his offer.
Probably takes a 5 minute break.
And this flop, I don't think anyone's happy with it necessarily.
Back to the massage.
I've seen them do 4 or 5 hour sessions.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
So I'll start asking an interesting question. Do you think it's easier to tell a story in No Limit or PLO? I'll give my opinion and then ask you. I think in PLO, your story is a little bit stronger than No Limit. What do you think?
I'm going to go a different direction with this question. And we all know that poker is a game of skill. But all forms of poker don't have the same degree of luck. And when you play a game like PLO, it's very easy to resign yourself to the idea that it's all about luck, it's all about who flops what. But that's not really true. And it's less important sometimes that you tell a story than it is that you're able to read the story that your opponent is telling.
I would agree with that.
It's a very interesting and complicated game, but anytime you're playing big bet poker, no limit, PLO, single draw, deuce to 7, whatever the game is, sometimes you just get to click the I win button by betting big. And the strongest players always know that they have an option to click that button. Because if you read your opponent's story as weak, you get to bet real big. And I've heard rumors that tonight we might see one of the players who's the absolute best at clicking the I win button.
One of the things about Kings and PLO, especially, this is a great flop for the Kings. Oh, this is kind of an action flop. Both players have an overpair and a flush draw. On this board, both players have strong hands.
And the money's going to get in here. I'm pretty sure of that.
Right now, I'm not sure how often I know you.
The question is just how much.
The answer's a lot. Wow, that's a surprising call from Jake.
Wow. And Jake with the third heart kind of makes his hand stronger.
Yeah, it's he's definitely. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread the graphics. I had Jake in Corey's hand. No, Jake's call on the flop is very normal. It's a good call. He doesn't make the pot too big for the strength of his hand. That all is a fine play. He's gonna run into a little bit of trouble here, because anytime you have 3 hearts in your own hand, it's going to be a little harder for your opponent to have a flush. And part of the skill in PLO is knowing when that sort of logic will apply and when it won't.
One of the reasons I like Corey's check back on the river when the board pairs is because he has the king of hearts.
That's a subtle but very good point.
If he had like maybe the 10 of hearts, maybe he bets it because he's blocking the full house, and his opponent could have that king of hearts as the second nut flush.
Absolutely, and that's been sort of a theme we've talked about throughout the stream today here at the Reserve. Is it really takes 2 hands to tango, and when you have both the ace and the king on a flush board, and so you have the nut flush, but you know your opponent doesn't have the second nut flush, it's harder for your opponent to have a second best hand to pay off with.
And honestly, I believe that river really saved Jake a lot of money, because with the third heart, I feel really strongly that he's calling a river bet potentially, depending on the sizing. Even a large sizing, probably.
It certainly took some pressure off him. That's definitely true. Yeah, shout out to the Reserve here. The dealers so far have been excellent. Really been moving the game along. Very few mistakes. It's fantastic to see. That's what a great poker club provides you, is a comfortable atmosphere, some good action, and fantastic staff, and that's what we've seen so far.
I wish I would have gotten into wrestling. I got into jiu-jitsu for a little while, and I always excelled well at wrestling and jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
and always anytime.
I was a wrestler. I miss those days. It's pretty good too.
You gotta be dedicated to do that.
Oh, for sure.
It's a great
super grind. I think they need to change the way weigh-ins are though.
Yeah,
it's like
Two mystery hands here.
The weight cut. Yeah, they should do something. They should need to change it somehow. Find
They're
a healthier way.
Yeah, a lot more technology, like a lot better like meal prep
And yeah, the quality of dealers here really makes me proud to be one of the dealers here, because I know when people talk about us, they hold us in high regard.
And that's, as a live player, that's a huge difference between a place that has strong dealers and a poker room that has weak dealers. That's the difference between a fun game and an infuriating game.
Absolutely, I agree.
Is the big pretty good at wrestling? Who? The big, like the big time? Doesn't Penn State like really good bigs?
Penn State, like 14, 15 national titles.
Iowa's always pretty good too, right?
Iowa's always top 5. Yeah, the Big Ten's phenomenal wrestling.
You have to win a game when you're not watching.
It looks like the average stack is somewhere around 17,000, 18,000 or so. And that's going to change the way the game is played for sure. Remember, we're playing initially
you don't totally lose
2,000 to 10,000 buy-in, but now the maximum buy-in is 50% of the largest stack.
All right, let's wrestle, Dad.
Somebody fucks up, you could take them down, so.
Depends. Pick wisely now.
As long as they don't have the collie ball.
Bomb pot.
That's a 10.
And it seems like there's not a lot of players that hit this that hard. Maybe I'm wrong. There's a lot of cards to look at. Oh, I see 2 sets. Corey flopping big. Second set on both boards. He's going to be putting money in the pot.
Jake has a pretty nice two-way hand.
And that's the thing that's interesting about PLO. You can have a set and be behind on the 9-8-3 board. If your opponent has a monster, like a nuclear wrap with a flush draw, you're
Sure.
behind.
Absolutely.
But when you hit both boards like that, Corey's really happy with his hand right now. Obviously, the turn can change a lot of things for both boards, but nonetheless, very happy. Jake with a wrap on both boards, and he hits one of his straights. Does he? No, he doesn't. I apologize.
So close. I have the ace of diamonds. I just need one other diamond. Yeah, I had enough flush draw like 2 times. So
Corey's hand did get worse, so I understand him checking and not trying to pile it in. If he boated up on one board, though, I bet you he just piles to try to get his opponent to fold half the pot.
Sure.
Something else I find myself doing differently in Tournament No Limit than PLO Cash, and maybe this is one of the things I need to improve on, is I pay less attention to the players' breathing and things like that, like live tells. I feel like live tells matter a little less than the story you're actually telling with your bet sizings.
They can.
Take your $400
you know, but
terminals,
when you're talking about a high skill level, what you're talking about is the ability to integrate a lot of different pieces of information into your choices. And whether or not live tells factor into your decision making matters some, or maybe in some circumstances it matters very little. You know, some people excel in that area, other people believe they excel in that area, but they're not skilled. There's just so much to factor into your choices.
That's the Ryan, right?
Oh, and Jake here with a big hand. Open under to the nuts on both sides and the nut flush draw. That's a huge hand. Having the nut draw all the way, you're never letting this go on the flop.
We just play online. Yeah, we just play online. We do like 5 events over. Yeah. No, it's on the different app, but it's just we're playing to get, you know what I mean? So whoever wants to get spoken. Like, it's just like people we know.
And he chooses to put more money in, and I get it.
Very strong draw.
Because you basically put pressure on all hands that aren't jacks. And even against jacks, you have like, maybe it might be a coin flip. I'm not completely sure. I think your jacks are a little ahead, but
yeah, you're certainly doing fine. Plenty of hand there to go ahead and put the raise in.
You guys aren't holding them, are you, or did you pay into? Got bored.
I'm not responsible. I think Bolio was there, right? Bolio said it all the way?
Yes, sir. Of course. What's that, bro?
I think Bolio set it all up, right?
Me and Bolio.
You and Bolio?
I mean, it was his idea. He just asked me to help. So.
Dom, you're gonna think this is funny. A little story that I did. A mistake, big mistake on my part. I punted my roll playing 75-150 PLO. I was extremely inexperienced and had a go-getter attitude, and it was a big mistake. I've been climbing back ever since. 2025 was rough.
Oh, Carlos, that is just a rite of passage. That is simply a rite of passage. Almost everyone has punted their roll in some similar way at some point, and what matters is how you respond to it, and learning how you can make some better choices.
Yeah. Action Andy with a monster. Like I said, these double paired hands with the suit, very strong hand. The only I guess caveat that I would say that I don't like is that he only has 6,500 behind, but very strong hand nonetheless.
Yeah, actually, with only 6,500 or so behind, these sorts of hands are better to raise with than if you had maybe more money. They function in a different way, and that is the pot can get so big pre-flop, as we see here, 6,000 in there, that you don't need as strong of a hand on the flop to go all in with. Now, that doesn't mean that you shove all in with this on this board with that hand, but there are plenty of boards that you can shove all in with, and that's one of the nice things, again, when you blow the pot up pre-flop. You don't need quite as strong of a hand to go all in with on the flop.
Very interesting situation happening here where 2, maybe 3 players have a flush, and there's 4 hearts out there. So you almost feel 9 high flush here on that flop. I would usually just throw it away. But with the 4th heart coming on the turn, it improves your hand because it takes the outs away from your opponent.
It does, and some people, again, put a lot of stock in that, and other people don't put as much stock in that. And that's really an important quality in your opponent to learn about as you play with them more and more.
It's an interesting point you bring up for sure. It's one of the tendencies that these players are looking out for.
Absolutely.
This could do a lot of stuff right now.
Just your casual $10,000 pot with the 5th heart on the river. This is getting crazy. I mean, like what we were just talking about. I wonder if Corey's going to call if Chad puts the pressure. And Chad has this image. I would be inclined to call him, but it's so much money. How much did he bet? Just your casual $4,800 half pot.
Yeah, about half pot.
Pricing him in, it's so much money. He does snap call. The 5th heart on the river. Part of the reason I think he had a bit of an easy call there is when your opponent is also down money, they're more likely to chase, and he probably is putting that into his repertoire. And also if you lose to that player, you're not too upset. You're giving the action player some of his money back, and you know you're going to play more with him. So I think that's a pretty standard call, honestly.
Yeah, good considerations to think about if you're actually at the table in Corey's seat, and that time he thought about it and came to a good decision pretty quick.
Actually, back in the day when I was playing a lot more PLO at MGM, Vampire, one of those guys that always crushed me. I respect his game a lot.
The way he's been running you out in the race.
I think Vampire found poker a little bit later than a lot of other guys at this table, and it's pretty remarkable how quickly he's been able to learn and pick up on the strategy of poker in general. I know he plays both No Limit and PLO. That alone isn't an easy thing to do.
When I have had the honor of having conversations with him, he's a deep thinking player, it feels like. I've had him ask some questions, and he's made me think twice.
And he has a good sense of humor.
Wow. I mean, not going to get much value. Action Andy's probably not going to get value here.
These last few months. Like this, come on, I miss poker. once you run like that, it's like, God, I miss poker.
How exciting. Team Michigan teaming up with the reserve to bring you one of the biggest games I've seen in this area in a long time. So if you guys are interested in being a part of this, being a part of the energy, we still have our whole series. We don't end until March starts. So if you guys want to play some big tournaments, a 250K guaranteed, tomorrow a team event, Wednesday we have the bounty event, hop on by. And we're giving out free shirts teaming up with Team Michigan. If you want a Team Michigan shirt, all you have to do is show up, write your name on the form. That's a free, nice Team Michigan shirt. So much value here. Just go to either teammichigan.com or the reserve.com, and we have all of our information up, even on Facebook. We have so much going on right now.
It was like a few week period where it was like less than 10 degrees.
Oh yeah, you didn't want to do shit outside or go anywhere. I mean, yeah, so cool. He was like, I'll stay on, I guess.
The coldest region in Russia for like two
You know, Plouffe bringing up a good point. Vampire might actually be 200 years old, and he's playing the acting game.
He's tricking us all.
Oh, and Jake flopping big. I got hurt with a hand just like this. He has, in my opinion, very good. The reason I like his hand is he has that blocker too that could help him potentially win the pot in other ways. Ooh. Chad, I wonder if Chad, that's a lot. I wonder if it's causing him to be a little tilted. It's hard, at least in my opinion. If I'm like that, I'm gonna be tilted. It takes a strong mind to stay locked in.
Absolutely.
Oh, shit. Where'd this guy come from?
The celebrity appearance is here! The celebrity is here! Oh, the investor! What up, bro?
What up? Now we got a game.
And here he is, the late night celebrity pull-up.
That's him!
For
I
us.
was at a 1K tournament, I thought it was the next Sunday, and I realized
It's hard to contain myself, not spoil it.
oh, okay, yeah.
For us, the celebrity. Wow, hopefully he gets in this game and they give him a seat.
Yes, if you've been playing poker in Michigan in the last 15 years, you've played with Faraz Kashat.
We're squaring 10.
Ross, your backpack's open too. Just let you know.
Somewhere on the side. Man, we have 10 cards.
Yeah, that's what I heard. The next session.
Faraz brings with him a reputation for a different kind of action than we've seen so far.
Right. We started getting him to gamble.
We'll see what happens.
A little bit, but I know you got
So,
that
I wonder, in your opinion, is that good aces? I look at that, and I think those are good aces. You have your straight draws, you have your suited, but the 4-3 is very low, and this isn't high-low. Would you consider that strong aces?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, would you prefer to have ace-ace jack-10 double suited? Yeah, you would. But ace-ace 4-3 is quite strong aces.
Chad almost most definitely putting in the raise here.
I'd imagine, as Dash would say.
So he's coming in at what, the 8?
We want the action, I'm sure.
And my perception of Chad when he raises here, if I'm Dash, I actually don't put him on aces.
Aces would be part of the set of hands he would raise, but definitely not all of them.
He should be the 8 spot.
And then when you're Chad and you have aces and you also flop a pair, that helps your hand a little bit. It blocks them having the 2 pairs, the sets. This board is ugly, but just on the flop I was saying, maybe a little bit of reason he would continue betting.
Yep. I think that's right.
I mean, I've never won a bomb pot.
Good call.
I've never won a bomb pot in my life. So that's 45.
This is a huge game. And now that we're going 10-handed, we're going to see these players are playing quality PLO. They are some of the best. This is a very interesting lineup and really something to learn from, honestly. Like, these players are going to be playing very good.
I'm very curious to see how the next couple hours unfold.
Let's see, how's Frost gonna want to change the game? Bigger. Let's see how.
All in blind.
Structure, blind.
Frost gets good action.
Of course he does. Not a lot of guys get to go 10-handed before we use them. He's one. Ploufin is also.
Yeah, Ploufin. Oh, all right, 11. Bring it on.
Another 11-handed.
I haven't played 11.
We'll play mine now. We'll play mine.
We'll
play
I've never
mine.
played 11-handed in my life. Sorry, Eagle had it 1 year with it. I swear to the heart, I couldn't believe it.
No way.
I swear to you. I swear to you.
We're playing at ours or 11-handed. 2 people said 11-handed.
Yeah, this one they all played. Everyone got dealt. Right.
That makes sense.
Action Andy, with, in my opinion, a good hand. Part of the reason I believe so is because he's on the button. I would think that's a very strong hand for the button.
It's a fine hand to open on the button, no doubt about that.
And then Queen's double suited, another very strong hand. If he wasn't that's a strong hand.
Yeah. 2 completely reasonable hands. We'll see what happens on the flop here.
Interesting to see what Chad does here. 3 not the worst turn for him. Especially not having any clubs. He could imagine his opponent has clubs.
The other thing that 3 does is if his opponent has a jack, it makes those jacks worth less because now they can't turn 2. Now they can't have 2 pair in a jacks and 10s or a jacks and 9 sense. Whereas if the turn was a deuce, for example, 2 pair still is better than Chad's queens. So in that sense, Chad's queens are better.
Wow, that was an amazing bet out of Action Andy, to be honest. Not sure what he was thinking there. Maybe he was just thinking pressure poker, but that was kind of incredible.
The thing about Andy's hand there that's important to take note of is it's worth absolutely 0 if he checks back.
Just like in No Limit, when you're at the bottom of your range, you want to be bluffing.
Same deal. And so now he says, okay, I can win 0 of the pot if I check, but if I bet, I can sometimes get my opponent to fold. Now, Chad's not going to fold an ace there. He's not going to fold a lot of stuff. But it's a pretty good shot that if he doesn't have an ace or a hand better than an ace, he's just going to fold. So nice hand, Andy. That's exactly what he should do there. And from Chad's perspective, it's a very reasonable fold.
And we got the celebrity in.
What's your name?
Him,
They got me on the flyer and everything. What's going on?
INDES.
I think you're the
Faraz is always bringing that energy.
I love to see it. I would like to, in the future, I'll hop in a game with him when I get the chance. I'll donate.
Good. Everything was good except for that.
Sorry, phone. Rather that than gambling. Phone. Maybe involve gambling.
You want to play a pot, right? Yeah. Big pot.
And for us, is one of those MGM regs. I've seen him a few times there.
Yeah, he's played a good amount at MGM. I mean, Frost has played all over. He's about as experienced as players come in PLO cash games. You know, Frost and Dash and Jake, these guys have played so much PLO in person that they've seen it all.
Wow, we don't see his hand, but he comes out firing. This is his first hand.
I think we're going to see some stuff from Frost that none of the other players at the table so far have really tried to do. He has a reputation for being as aggressive as it gets, and I'm curious to see how that plays out when we get to see his cards.
That's something I've always really pushed myself in my experience to try to play aggressive, because that's where you test the waters and learn the boundaries and how to improve, I feel.
And that all works if you pay close attention to what happens and pay attention to why you're doing what you're doing and why your opponent does what they do.
Yeah, guys, 329 people watching. We love to see it. Thank you for tuning in, you guys. We're here with so much action. Don't forget to give the like button some love, the subscribe button, the notification. Help us push ourselves in the algorithm. Help support Team Michigan and the reserve. Really grateful to everyone that helps support us and shows up.
Oh, I took my wife's car. I thought they were gonna have cash games here. Feel bad. I brought one of my friends along. So I want to stake them to turn into cash and
Yeah, I mean they might.
Something interesting we do here at the reserve is Tuesdays we do free time. So cash games, free time. The best value you can get. Those cash games are unbelievably good. I get friends that come out and borrow money just to play in the free cash games. Where else are you going to beat that value?
That's a great offer from the reserve.
And Chad, with the bottom set, if I'm Chad, I don't like my hand. Obviously, I flopped a set, so it's nice. But you're blocking your boat outs, and there's 3-liner to a straight. He bets it. Curious with that bet.
Literally first hand dealt, all of it, to jack.
Feels like a deception bet.
Literally first hand. He played one hand.
Yeah, but let's see what just happened. Chad goes from a not that great set on the flop to now it's a hand that's really not very strong on the turn. However, it's a hand that when your opponent has a bad straight like Faraz did, pretty often they're just going to fold to a bet. And if they do call, now your hand has a chance to improve to a full house. And not even that good of a chance, but enough of a chance that it's worth taking a shot at the pot with. And Chad did that, and he was rewarded by winning the pot. And kudos to him. Like, that's just a one in a series of hands we've seen from Chad, where he's bet not the best hand and gotten his opponents to fold. And again, that's just so important to do in PLO when most hands have a chance to win the pot.
That's also something I find myself doing is when the board comes really scary, I like throwing out a bet because I know the other players are interpreting the board as I do. Very scary board.
For sure.
If it comes, yeah, exactly like that. The 7, 8, 9, 10, throw out a bet. Even if it's a small bet, they have to be worried. Hand like 2 pair, really tough to hold on.
Absolutely.
And Faraz with hitting both boards. I imagine he's going to continue here. Oh wait, I misread that.
For viewers, our graphics are a little behind here. It's
hard
for us to see exactly what's going on.
I believe the second board for us has the nut straight. I think it's 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay. No. 10, 9, 3. Still, a very good hand on both boards for us. He has the wrap. He's blocking the nut flush draw with the ace of hearts, which I think it's not as strong considering it's a bomb pot, but also an important card to have. And then the flush draw on the bottom board.
Having that ace of hearts is, I think, interesting here and not dismissively valuable. I think you want to be careful about how you think about that, because in some circumstances it's going to work out great, and in other circumstances it's not going to play as well.
And Faraz has the nut straight with a redraw, right? But on the other board, he doesn't have anything. And if another player gets it all in with him that also has Jack Queen, he's going to get quartered and end up losing money.
So it actually has the king high flush draw on the other board.
Oh, yes.
So that's a pretty a nice hand to improve with. And again, when you have the nuts on one board, it can be very valuable to try and fold your opponent off of a chop.
Wow, and Chad is put in such a tough spot. He does have one board, but how can you know? In his mind, he's probably only playing for one board. Are you calling to chop the pot? Good question.
I think Chad is an experienced player. I would be pretty surprised if he called believing that he had anything good on the 10-9-8-3 board. I'd imagine if you asked Chad, he would say, I think I had him on the 8-high board. And there we go. Faraz does a nice job of putting a lot of pressure on a hand that had him beat on one board but wasn't the nuts, while he did have the nuts on the other board.
It was good. The weather was...
And we see Chad down. That's 50,000. But in these stakes at this game, 500 big blinds, it just goes either way. He might play tomorrow and win double that.
Absolutely.
Like, he's not. It looks like he's buried, and for a lot of players who aren't as experienced with PLO, they're going to think, oh, there's no coming back. There's absolutely a comeback if you play enough PLO.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, two hands go Chad's way, and he's back pretty close to even here. That's just the way this game works.
Joe, I heard you expecting a baby. Yes.
And it'll be very interesting to see.
Amazing.
It could change so fast.
And with the image also Chad has, for sure someone might pay him off.
Oh, yeah. That's the double-edged sword of being stuck. On one hand, people don't believe you. And on the other hand, if people don't believe you, they'll pay you off. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of poker left to be played here.
Yeah. Getting ripped, huh?
Yeah.
Shit.
I've been seeing him at the new powerhouse literally almost twice a week or something.
Another thing that's so important in PLO is to pick your starting hands correctly. Yes, in theory, you could call with any 4 cards and have a good equity pre-flop, but the way they play out, if you don't pick strong hands, you put yourself in such tough spots.
Yep.
It was like a big store that they closed down over there and they opened up.
This is pretty interesting. I wonder if Dash raises. I believe he just calls because there's not many draws out there other than the straight draw, and the only hand that's going to give you value is queens. So maybe he flat calls, letting his opponent bluff. I believe that's what I would do.
Yeah, that's possible.
But these players playing at another level, so yeah, I think that's a pretty standard play, to be honest. Maybe with the bottom set you raise, top set, I like the call.
I never play anymore.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
And Corey, I believe betting that, blocking queens or ace queen, potentially.
Yep. And if the king or, I'm sorry, if a jack or a 10 came in, he's got a hand that he could consider bluffing with as well.
And because it went check, Dash isn't. Oh, Dash rivered the straight. I didn't even see that. Yeah, he's going for value. That's a very disguised straight, too.
Yep.
You don't switch your game.
But even if he didn't river the straight, the way it played out, you kind of have to call the river.
Especially now.
Oh, absolutely. I think pretty often you consider betting the river as well.
Interesting. I'm kind of scared to bet sometimes. Maybe that's the stakes I'm looking at, but I'm always worried about the check raise. But I think that's where the experience comes in, where you gotta bet your value when you get the chance. Get thin value, which I try to do. Man, I can't even believe the sick game that we're able to put together with Team Michigan here at the reserve. This is incredible.
It's pretty fun to watch these guys at work.
You know, this is what I do at home. I watch Hustler live, and this is a dream job for me. I can't even tell you how grateful I am that I have the opportunity to watch this game right now and be able to be a part of it.
That's awesome.
Corey?
Huh? Did you bring something? Still got, what time is it? Still early enough. Somebody.
Yeah, another one of those things about PLO. 4 spades, snap fold. Even if you have, I mean, not unless you have a lot of straight draws, then you could see a flop. But if you don't have too many of those things going for you, you just are blocking your outs so much. You can't play the 3 queens or the 4 spades in your hand. It's a different dynamic.
Yeah, it's important to be able to consider all those things. And when you were saying earlier, you know, it's so important to play well pre-flop.
For all the guys that used to bitch, now they get their
It's a pretty classic.
Now they get there at 240 and they're like, come on, man.
You're right.
It's a pretty classic situation where you establish kind of rules for yourself, and that's one way to play. And then the best players know when to break those rules, know when some factor in front of them outweighs other factors and allows them to make different types of decisions.
If I'm Andy, I kind of like my hand here. Yeah, he called. It's such a small bet in correlation to how much money is out there, and you have a nut draw and a backdoor and a lot of things going on. I kind of like my hand.
Oh, absolutely.
Even though and exactly like we were saying, he turns a flush draw. This is why I like that hand. You're not necessarily pumped to put money in the middle, but you're not trying to just fold strong hands and strong backdoor hands.
Yep.
And in my opinion, this is strong to like the nuts, because a set would have bet King Jack probably is betting the turn as well. Maybe not King 7, but I think a value bet's in order. And then if you're dash, check raise, no?
It's worth considering.
You know what I mean? They put it like on so you guys can see it? Yeah. That's funny.
This one's 30, like, they could put it on there.
I know.
That's a mistake I used to do. I'd be playing PLO. I'd have the 2 pair that got counterfeited, and then I would check raise, and then I'd do that in no limit and just get burned all the way.
Yeah, it's tempting. You know, again, on one hand, you want to look at the cards in your hand and you want to evaluate how they interact with the board. What do they take away from your opponent? What do they not take away from your opponent? But on the other hand, it's your opponent, and it's what they're doing, what you believe they're doing, what you're confident about what they're doing, and what you're confident that they're not doing. And once you're able to put all of those ideas in play, some stuff that might look strange to us in the booth watching the stream might make perfect sense to the player who's doing it.
Similar to the conversation about the 5th heart or 4th heart on the board we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely.
You have the 7-8 in your hand versus the
You know, in today's live poker, and this has obviously been true for a while, it's very easy to become disengaged from the game, to resign yourself to your phone, to watch sports, to not pay attention. But if you do that, you're missing out on so much. And you can tell the people who do a good job paying attention, because every now and then they do something that's weird. And you think, why did they do that? And then you realize they knew something that you didn't. They knew something that we didn't. We don't from where we're sitting. And it becomes very, very interesting to try to understand why those sorts of players make the sorts of plays they do.
And that's something I learned early on about poker. People are afraid to look dumb. I am completely the opposite way. I'm completely okay with laughing at myself and trying to grow from it. And that's what I encourage people to do who are getting into poker, getting into PLO. Just don't take it too serious. Just try to grow and have fun with it and laugh and try different things. And who cares if you look dumb and a hand looks weird? That's how you're going to realize how far you can push the envelope.
Absolutely. And the more you play and pay attention, the more you're going to do those things. And the attitude that you don't care how dumb you look, you're going to do something and you're going to learn from it. That's an attitude that compounds over years of poker and develops a very strong player.
Adam, they're still home. Adam is opened a bunch of gyms now, like fitness gyms. Okay. Crunch Fitness. He's got some in Ohio and Michigan.
And that's another thing I want to highlight about the reserve. Why I love working here, because we have an atmosphere of kindness here. I haven't seen it, and I see it here time and time again. So many women poker players here at the reserve because people are so kind, and they aren't like mean to you if you make a mistake. It's like we have a community here that really encourages people to play, be a part of it, and we really made an awesome team with Team Michigan. We're crushing our goals, and people feel the love here at the reserve. So if you've missed out a little bit, you still have time. We have our main event coming towards the end of the month, the 250,000 guaranteed, which we're gonna crush, probably surpass 300,000 by a lot. And that's a $400 buy-in. To get that value, you have to go online. If you're not the kind of person who wants to play online so much with so much of the wizards and you want to come play live and have camaraderie with people, this is the time to do it. That is the value. You're not going to find that value anywhere else unless you travel the distance.
It's just a great place to be playing poker in the state of Michigan or Ohio. I mean, it's right here. Just come on down.
Yeah, we're on the border of everything. A flop that not everybody likes, but like you were saying, not a bad flop for Joe. He has the backdoor flush draw and not too many things connected. The turn, obviously, every turn card is bad other than an ace, but the flop wasn't bad. That's something else that's different about PLO than No Limit, is the turn. It's so important to get to the turn, because the turn could change everything. In No Limit, it's not as serious. But in PLO, that turn card can change the entire dynamic of the board.
Absolutely. That just speaks to the very core math idea. In No Limit, you play 2 cards and how they interact with the board. And in PLO, while you're playing 4 cards, it's about the combinations of hands that you can make with those 4 cards. And again, that just takes time to learn. If you haven't played PLO, you want to give it a try. 1, accept that the swings are going to be bigger. But 2, give yourself enough time to learn. It can be exhilarating and it can be infuriating. But it's over the long term, it's a very interesting game.
And for everyone tuning in now, 300 plus people watching. Last time I was able to be in the booth, we surpassed 169 likes. Let's try and do that today, guys. We're so close. We're 30 away. Show that like button some love. Show that subscribe button some love. We're going to be here all week. The actions, this is incredible, and it's going to continue to be incredible. We have our main event. We have so many things. Our bounty tournament. That's going to be live. You're going to see these players attacking the bounties. Turn on that notification so you can get notified when we go live and when the action starts.
So this has the recipe to be a fairly large hand. For us, is an enormous straight draw, and Chad has top set. I don't know how either of them will play their hands, but I can tell you some money's going to start to go in.
I kind of like calling with Chad's hand because so many turns are bad for you, but he does have the nut hand currently. And for us, with the nuclear straight, about as good of a draw as you could possibly get. If he had the flush draw, he would just be an overwhelming favorite.
That is as big of a straight draw as you can find in PLO.
So how much you had over 15 starting to hand?
I think for us is sticking it in with just how much he raised it to, how much equity he has. I just have a feeling all the money's going to go in the middle, but these players are playing on a different level. The call? Maybe what he's thinking, he's afraid of board pair or spade.
Spade specifically, I think, are going to be the biggest reason why Frost did not raise all in on the flop.
And you guys, check it out here. I don't know how, but Frost is a favorite. That's PLO for you.
Well, come on, man.
Hold on, once or twice.
I don't go twice.
You did the same once.
I do, I did. They all know I go one time.
Boom. And Chad taking a big pot down, a $34,000 pot. Oh my goodness. He's climbing himself out of this hole. We're seeing it now. Huge pot.
The dealer got to confirm. You never know what happens after you go once or twice. So it's always got to be confirmed.
Okay. Confirmed, I'm never going to play.
Huge pot going Chad's way. And he's been giving the action. I'm happy to see him get some chips back. Now he's got something to play with. He's got a stack that can really hurt anyone at the table.
Oh yeah, and this is the great thing about PLO when you play in these long cash games. The dynamics can change so many times within a session. This guy's winner, this guy's loser, this guy's buried, this guy just got unstuck. There's so many things that can happen that all change the vibes and the dynamics of the game in a way that you would be a fool to ignore.
You know what's something that I love about PLO? This doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure with the amount you've played, you've run into this, where you hit God mode, where every hand you play, you're just winning. You're invincible. All your draws are getting there. All your straights are getting there. You're just running unbelievably hot. And, oh, man, when that happens, it's a special moment. You just have to enjoy the moment so much. It's rare, but it does happen.
Sometimes just wish you could bottle up that feeling and drink it when you're having the opposite kind of session. When you're just buried, you feel like you can't win a pot. The only thing that happens when you get all the money in is you think to yourself, well, how am I going to lose this one? And that's a tough place to be in. And if you play PLO long enough, you're going to be in that spot at some point.
I would have paid 100. I know, I let you off cheap.
And I'm gonna take a bit of a break. We have Adam back in the booth. See you guys in an hour.
We were at a game once and I paid 100 just to like share up. He was like, my family's so rich. Da, 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 da. I was like, you're so. He's like, we pay 100 for a soda at the Four Seasons. I said, bitch, give me a Coke, I'll give you 100. Run to the fridge. Everyone laughing at him.
Mystery hand. Ross bets basically the size of the pot.
And Joe's thinking right now, I have a 9. Frost is less likely to have ace 9. And he's thinking, I have 10-6, a straight, so I beat Frost if he's bluffing. And Joe believes Frost in that case, and that's a fold that says, I think you have it this time. Because his hand is a pretty reasonable hand to bluff catch with.
Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see that one. Mystery hand. 10-handed now, huh? You don't see too many 10-handed PLO games.
Special circumstances.
How has the action been? Has it tightened up even more, or?
No, it's been pretty constant. We've had some big pots played. Frost and Chad just played a big pot. But pretty steady beyond that.
Let's go for McDonald's. I'll go for anyone says it is different. I told them to plan like this, pick it up and fucking drink it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can we get a 6 one time? Can we get a 600 one time?
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll let you know for sure. I did. Yeah, you should.
We still got Dom in the booth?
Dom's still in the booth.
Either I won't tell you or I won't lie to you. Remember that.
Huh? The bottom set that voted. No, I have 9 in my head. 9 in your
I had no votes. No. I'm having fun talking about it.
Seems like there's a lot more chips on the table since I was last in here.
Yeah, been a lot of rebuys, a lot of medium-sized pots, a couple big ones. But the average stack, as you're pointing out, is quite a bit larger than it was before, which just means these guys have more room to play with. And Frost goes with a big raise here with the ace, queen, 6-6 double suited. Totally reasonable hand to do that
Yeah, I don't
with.
know what that means.
Yeah, exactly. You can go both ways.
Exactly. We got a pot call.
Wow, there's some picking and choosing gonna be going on later. Call.
And we got a pot here. 8K pre-flop.
Water move.
Eight, 8, 10.
No one flops much of anything. So we'll see who can fight, whose situation is good for fighting for the pot. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chad make a bet. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just check back and say, nah, I'm not going to mess with this one.
3,050.
Makes a good sized bet. A little on the small side, but in this situation, it's entirely appropriate. And he takes it down. Nice hand, Chad. It looks a little crazy, but if people don't have something to fight back with, and you know the next best hand was a pair of 6s, Vampire had a weak straight draw, that bet's just gonna get through. And kudos to Chad again for playing an aggressive game that's gonna win him some pots when he doesn't have the best hand. And especially for doing that in a session where things just aren't going his way. It's easy to sit back and just wait for hands and not keep fighting because it hasn't worked out for you so far. But in reality, he's continuing to fight. And that's impressive.
But he is. Ross played 400 for a long time. He was waiting for a soccer guy to get here. True soccer guy.
I know you're doing it. You're not.
He won't do it.
I'm not the only one.
He doesn't it.
I'm not the only one.
I think he's gonna get voted off the island.
I bet my VPIP is
Joe?
at
No.
least 5th. Or we're right in the middle.
No fuck.
I'll bet it. You wanna bet it?
Well, I guarantee you I got the fucking highest.
I don't argue that.
The other thing about showing a statistic like VPIP in a session that, as we can see in the graphic, is only 80 hands in, is the cards that you're dealt are going to matter a lot more
The beat should count after.
than actually how loose or tight you're
Yeah.
playing. You know, for a guy like Joe D, sure, he hasn't played that many hands, but how often have we seen his hand and thought, wow, that's a hand, Joe, you should definitely play, but you're folding here. I just haven't seen that tonight. And you got to be careful about the inferences you're making based on these statistics like VPIP.
Yeah, definitely in our smaller streams, our 1-3 average Joe that we do, our 2-5. The VPIP is used as a definite needle. You know, hey, we want to see who's got the highest VPIP. We want to see who's got the lowest VPIP, and the players like to use it to needle the lower VPIP guys sometimes. I don't think it comes into play as much in a game like this.
We can't read him. Hold on.
Hold on, don't deal.
Hold on.
Wait,
Hold on.
Alright, we're good.
They don't bring the juice deck out. and tell us
What are these guys
okay,
cooking up
free.
here?
I don't know. Something crazy happening.
Oh my goodness, what a flop. For us, flops an enormous hand.
Bunch of fucking nerds.
Chad
flops an
enormous
even bigger hand.
And we're going to see a huge pot here.
For us to leave this on, you guys about the designer ones, take them off, bro.
Frost pulled out the shades.
These are Gucci. That was designer, so...
Those look fancy and expensive.
Oh, everybody pulled out the shades. I think that's what the commotion was.
Ah, it was time to get serious.
Probably need to over.
They wanted to make sure they didn't put the flop out before everybody got their shades on.
There's a few glasses in the middle.
I see some nice sunglasses out there.
You went for us.
I'm a $10 sunglasses kind of guy because I lose them every day.
That's a great strategy. It was a point of pride for me when I finally got old enough to feel confident enough in myself to not lose $100 pair of sunglasses. And here we go. We're all in. Very uninteresting. Both players have flopped the nuts right with various degrees of a redraw. Faraz can runner some full houses. And we see a chop here.
Oh, yeah, man. No, we try. You can't chop it.
Yeah, should have showed the 7-9 like cooler.
You got excited, homeboy? Is that you won? Huh?
Oh, I lost my fucking turns.
No,
Yeah,
I
you thought you lost.
lost.
What the fuck do you mean? The turns are
I
worth
know.
harder than it.
I took 2 pairs.
Jack's having a hard time.
What the fuck is, look, he's got me literally fucking.
I know.
pissed.
Look at this hand, too.
What is that turn?
I got lucky. I'll put $1 million with this fucking hand.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Honestly, I would too. With mine. I can still win after this point. King, heart.
You're
You
ahead.
got the 9 hearts at least on this turn.
Just your casual $37,000 pot. Chop it up.
Couple of guys with the nuts plus a redraw. Not too much interesting happening, to be honest.
I'm just glad I didn't make it all on pre-flop.
I was so ready.
I was ready too, dude. I'm like, I'm gonna struggle
I
on
was
for
so
whatever,
ready.
whatever the amount is, I'm in. Like, it's,
This guy made the sickest fucking call in the history. You are fucking sick, actually. There's only 14 people behind you. Just don't give a fuck. I call them fucking made it all in.
You can. These motherfuckers were putting 4 fingers and their thumbs on their ass. I'm telling you. Nuts, nuts, only nuts. That's all they're playing.
What did you have?
Just go watch the fucking thing. You'll be like, he's a fucking nut. Just go watch. Dom's up there having a blast right now. He's like, what the fuck is Chad doing? He's a fucking genius.
Chad, I hope you watched this stream long enough to hear me compliment so many of your aggressive plays. I think most of them have been pretty good.
I think that's a flop. I'm like, wow. Pretty nice flop.
You know when I see the flop? My eyebrows got bigger.
Mine too.
Oh, this guy, real big.
Okay, what is this? Not with the nut rebound?
Are you in here? Okay.
Oh, shit.
Chips are.
What the hell happened? Look at you guys. Look at this pot big. Look at that 200 shit.
Gives him 2 pair with a 6 of a jack.
Yeah? Where you Jack, how you win?
He can win. Queen jack.
So sick, you got a path to victory after that turn.
Four players.
I have 5, 6, 7, 8 double.
Oh, nice.
I'm like, go ahead, juice it up. I did
You can't go wrong
once
with
that block came out, I'm like, alright, see you guys.
4-handed, 5-handed.
I know.
You can't go wrong with that hand.
Even though all my suits are probably dead.
Yeah, 4, 5.
Decent flop here for Chad.
Yeah, and not that good of a flop for anyone else. Just goes ahead and takes it down. Again, you have a pretty good hand, you go ahead and bet, and you're going to win pretty often in these multi-way pots.
That's nothing.
Seems like the pots have become so inflated pre-flop that you're not going to get too much crazy stuff going on unless somebody has a real piece of it.
Yeah, or someone recognizes that their opponent bet and doesn't believe that they have a piece of it. You know, there's a couple guys at this table who are capable of doing that, in my opinion. But we'll see what happens.
Are you in for the bomb pot? Small line
For the bombs only or for
bombs only?
Bomb pot's up to 300 now.
As the night goes on, they love to increase it.
I like it.
I know. That's cool.
It is, I guess send somebody, yeah.
You guys stand or? Yeah, please. Okay.
what is that? This was?
Put this, let them know what you want.
Vampire staying out so we can still do double board.
It's a nice way to solve the problem of not enough cards. One guy sits out.
So it's 10:24.
10:44.
You said it was 2:30.
Party stores. The bar stay open till 2:30. Well, you got to 11 to get to a liquor store. You got 16 minutes.
Someone's got to tell Blue that.
If you guys are gonna drink, I'm not drinking, so. Drink one for me.
It's a nice flop for Joe D. He's got something on both. A nice flop for Dash, something on both.
For us, something on both as well. Actually,
For us, something on both.
Set of sixes and a flush draw.
Yeah, this could be a big pot. I wonder what Frost will do. He could make a case for doing both things, calling or raising. Yeah, I think it's going to be too tough to continue. Chad.
3 ways here to the turn.
That's why he's on. I mean, he's on. Ocho. Check.
I'd expect Joe to bet here. Bets big, makes sense. He's got very likely the best hand on the top and a pretty good semi-bluffing hand on the bottom. Dash has an interesting decision. Yeah, fold seems prudent. And now for us has a very interesting decision.
Good.
That is a huge fold from Faraz. I am pretty surprised. That
I was
he
going
laid
to say,
that
I'm a little
down.
surprised he didn't think about that one for a second at least.
Yeah.
Wow, fuck you need the nuts on both.
One bomb pot of my lifetime. You almost won more man. I have one more name.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you win the main, you're not allowed to win the bottom.
Yeah, sometimes when I like Leroy.
I'll trade the main. It's a curse. I'll trade.
What a curse.
I'll go every once in a while.
For a while towards the end.
Yeah.
Oh, you starting to do it.
I know they asked me to go. I do whatever every time I try to go.
Alright guys, this is a bad example.
20 degrees hotter in here.
Where? It's hot in here.
Yeah.
Like it's really hot in here.
Like 20 degrees hotter than when you walk
Oh,
through.
yeah.
Also turn the AC on.
Stick something in that door.
Yeah, there's stoppers.
Am I doing the 100? This one over here. Do this one for him.
The last one for 200.
Okay.
So, should be, where's Chad?
Chad, you want in or no?
Put him 100.
You got a hand? You want it or no?
Yeah, he's in.
All right.
So he's the 100, you're the 2.
Straddle with that 3. Straddle with 100 and straddle with 2. Straddle with 3.
Not even in the room, but still straddling. You gotta love it. We're up to a $300 restraddle. Fold it around to Mr. CADA. He's gonna make it 700. Vince with a nice little hand, and for us, got an even nicer hand. And he's gonna raise it up. 2,800. I think with Joe coming along in front, Vince is going to want to put it in here now. And he does make the call. 3 ways to the flop.
Well, she turned the AC on.
Leave that one. It's significantly cooler over there.
Yeah.
Eric, check.
Not a flop that anybody loves. Who's going to be the first one to stab?
Yeah, it's on the ground.
Faraz bets 3,000 and Joe gets out of the way. Vince thought about it for a second, but he lets it go.
Andy, when I'm playing the hand, I'm thinking, what is Dominic saying about me right now? How does Dominic play the hand? I'm doing the same thing so he can be right.
Dominic's got a notebook in there, guys. I'm not even kidding. He memorized.
I just went back there, the way he was talking, you guys gonna look good.
Table's out there giving props to the co-commentator.
Great. 500. Fold. 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 500. Call. Fold. Call.
4 ways to the flop here. Jake opened it up with aces. Once again, a flop that doesn't really connect with anybody. So Faraz is going to lead out and try to take it here with pocket kings. It actually was not for us. But to the better goes the spoils. For us on a nice little run here. He's been the one willing to bet at these flops that haven't really connected with anybody, and it's paid off for him.
We've had an exciting player tag in to do some commentary for the last bit of the stream here. Joe CADA from Seat 6 is in the booth. What's up, Joe?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
It's good to commentate for the last 30 minutes here. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get my mic situated here.
The hand that we're seeing right now, it features one of these interesting PLO situations where even though Chad has a pretty strong draw, Andy has the exact type of hand that does exceedingly well against Chad's specific 4 cards. So that's why you see, even though equities tend to run pretty close in PLO, Andy's actually about a 90-10 favorite.
Yeah, this is a pretty unfortunate spot for Chad to be in here. Flopping a wrap, you never expect to be in this bad of shape. But, I mean, as you notice, a lot of these spots are so bloated pre-flop that, you know, you flop this kind of equity on the flops. It's just impossible to get away with the stakes we're playing pre-flop here.
Yep, just gets all in with both players playing their hand well. Joe, what surprised you about the game today?
I thought I was coming here to play 5, 10, 25, and it was like 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 200, like maybe 30% of the time.
Yep, that's a little different game than you signed up for.
Yeah. Much bigger game than I anticipated, but I mean, it's fun. I don't get a chance to play much cash these days. Expecting a kid in a month, so it feels good to get in the arena a little bit. So what has surprised you about this stream? You got to see all the hole cards.
Nothing.
I heard the one fold I made. The whole cards weren't even shown, but
yeah.
Hopefully Faraz wasn't lying to me.
Oh yeah,
seemed pretty honest about it. But
yeah, I don't know that Faraz does a lot of strategic lying in that way.
Yeah, he told me he's not that type of person, so I believe him. I like Faraz. Faraz is a good guy.
Yeah.
All these guys are great guys. It's honestly fun to play with a lot of these guys that I've known for a long time, and you know, Team Michigan. I mean, everyone at this table besides one player is from Michigan, and this game is taking place in Ohio. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yes, very cool for the reserve to host Team Michigan down here and let the game go off in this very exciting, fun way. It's interesting when you have this many blinds in a PLO game, just how scrambled the pre-flop action gets, and with the buy-ins more being tied to the game that you thought you were going to play rather than the game you actually played, it definitely can have a bit of a difficult effect for the level of action that you see. Just not as much play. It's just correct to fold so many more hands when you're playing with 20 big blinds as you guys were for a time.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun having big pots and getting big, pots going and juicing up the gains. But at the same time, there's a lot of fun in playing deep and being able to, bluff certain spots and put people in difficult situations. A lot of this is just good hand selection pre-flop, getting, decent equity on the flop and just, sticking with your hand. But I would say like 30% of the people maybe brought enough money for this game. This game got really big.
Yep, they old bait and switch.
They got shut down, or?
Was this your first time playing at the Reserve?
This is my first time playing at the Reserve. Honestly, I was very surprised how nice this room is. It's a beautiful room, very spacious. I love how open it is. All TVs, nice tables, good chips. People really friendly. I really enjoyed myself. I hope to be invited back and play this game again.
Yeah, it was nice to see a stream where the dealers did such a good job, kind of throughout, very few mistakes. People were pretty dialed in, it looked like, kept the game moving, all the things that you want to see from a live dealer.
Yeah, dealers are great, staff's great. I'm excited to come back Wednesday for the tournament on Wednesday. There's a big bounty for those who don't know. They put a bounty on, I believe, 5 of us for $1,000 and $200 entry with a lot of other bounties involved, 250s and 500. So it's going to be a great turnout on Wednesday. I hope see more people down here. I mean, Toledo is a really easy shot for a lot of people in Michigan. Just a straight, shot on the expressway, and it wasn't a bad drive for me, so I really enjoy coming here.
Very little construction on 75 right now.
Yeah.
Makes for a smooth drive. What time does that tournament start?
5 p.m.
Nice.
So that's a good thing, too. Like, I came with one of my friends here, and he asked me, he's like, what time am I leaving? I'm like, the game doesn't start till like 6. He's like, perfect, and I can make it. I'm like, yeah, it's, the timing is really good for the tournaments because people, work during the day and they can get off and go, get into these tournaments at 5 o'clock.
Very cool for the Reserve to put this series on in concert with Team Michigan.
They go all in. Each player with top pair, top kicker. One's looking for a 6, one's looking for a 9.
They're like 6'9"?
Chop it up. 28K pot. There it is. Oh, Chris Moon's in the 250 bound. I haven't talked to Chris in a little while. Pat Steele, another one. Like Profitable Poof, man, the myth, the legend. He'll be joining us.
Some players just have a knack for making their presence known in every room they walk into, and Profitable Poof is one of those guys.
I think poker players might be more familiar name with the Profitable Poof than mine. Oh, that's a good picture. We're back down memory lane right there.
Babyface Joe. Babyface Joe.
Where did the time go?
Joe, I was mentioning earlier.
Look at that, lowest VPIP, 28%. That's kind of sad.
I was mentioning earlier that I feel like the VPIPs in a game that's lasted only 85 hands or so can be a bit of a misleading statistic.
Yeah, it can definitely be skewed. I mean, I had a lot of crap that I couldn't even play. I mean, there was a few hands that I could play that I maybe folded, but a lot of it was just junk. Like, and honestly, like, I'm actually surprised I'm at 28% considering how often I felt like I was folding. Like, I wanted to get involved more, but I didn't really have much opportunity. And also, like, these VPIPs are pretty insane for 10-handed PLO game. Like 75% VPIP at 10-handed PLOs.
High.
Even
That's
the 50s
very
are really high. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm curious how those. I don't have information about how those are being measured, but certainly when I saw them the first time, I thought that feels like a little bit higher than what I've been observing. However, to the point that you made about like maybe you folded some hands, but but it wasn't like you were playing like super tight or something. I feel like as the person in the booth looking over the hole cards, there were very few instances where I saw someone's hand and thought, gosh, that's a really tight folder. He should be in there with that. And I think one of the interesting things about a player who self-describes as an action player like for us is the difference between calling with a hand and raising or 3-betting with it. One of the easy ways to pump up a VPIP is just to do a bunch of calling once. But the guys who are really going to inflate the size of the game are the guys who are putting in the small 3-bets or 3-betting, 30% of hands in some spots where a lot of other players are going to call. In that example of the ace-queen 6-6 double suited for Frost that he squeezed with, that's the sort of hand that can go either way. And if you want to pump up pots, if you want to play very aggressively pre-flop, those are the sorts of marginal hands that you can add to the hands that you're 3-betting with.
Yeah, like I love Corey's hand as a 3-bet here. I'm surprised he just called the ace king queen 10 with the nut hearts. Like didn't see many of those hands today, but I mean I can never complain with a profit. Playing very few hands and winning in a game with this many blinds, very fortunate. So the hands I did get involved with, I ran really well. So I mean, this part of poker is just folding sometimes. Sometimes you just don't get dealt many hands.
For sure. And there's just, not much you can do about that, as you said, in a 9 and 10-handed PLO game. Like, there's only so much you can do to add in hands to be aggressive with, to get in there with. Because if you flop nothing, and we mean literally nothing, it's really hard to take down pots. But on the other hand, we've seen Chad a few times, just flopped a little bit of something, a pair, and maybe a gut shot, these sorts of hands. And if you can just tick up your aggression just enough and fold everyone else off their so-so stuff, that's a good way to win additional money.
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see the problem with playing a really high VPIP because you get put in a lot of situations where, like Chad was put in, where you flop, a pretty good piece, but like with your bad danglers, your other two cards that really have an effect on the play in these hands, you can get stuck real quick in a big game like this, as Chad was stuck a bunch at one point. So it's really easy to do in all these blind games, like 5 blinds in this. I mean, we're all playing relatively short for. I mean, it started getting, we started getting up to 100 big blinds later, but for most of the day, we were all sitting around, 50, 60 bigs.
Yeah, it seemed like today I kind of was breaking the game into 3 phases. There was that early phase where you had the 5 blinds in there, but everyone's stack size was in between 5 and 10K. You kind of had the middle phase where the average stack size got up into that 16, 17K range. And now, we've got some of these big stacks, and so much of the play in a game like this with 5 blinds is dictated just by those stack sizes. You can't open, you can't call, because you're just giving someone else an alley-oop after you to go ahead and put a squeeze in. If that's the skill level of the other people in the game.
Yeah, it is cool to see, like you said, like throughout the day we played at all different stages, like the shorter, the medium size, and then like the 100 bigs, and we've had plenty of hands where the 100 was just on, we're playing 200 bigs, and you can play more, post flop, you see more turns, more rivers, but yeah, I mean, a lot of action throughout the day.
So what brought about the sunglasses for all these guys? Was that a joint effort to everyone throw them on at the same time?
Yeah, that kind of just became a little joke at one point. I know Frost came and he had his sunglasses, put on his nice shades. Then Corey was like, hold on, big pot, let me break out the shades. And I'm like, all right, you breaking out the shades, I'll put my shades on.
11 hands. The gift stores were closed. Oh, my. And then we tried to go to Kroger and they closed.
Here he is, the man, the myth.
What do you want? What was
This is Chad's time. Maybe one of the last 30 minutes, I can go in the booth and we can take this seat.
There he is. Wow. You see how smitten I got when he came in the room?
Shout out A&M Cleaning.
I talk shit about
You hear him? Brett, that was at him?
I told Tom I'm first choice. I will speak some Chinese.
Careful, it's going to be double echo.
Go to international.
Frost goes with a big raise here.
Wow. He's playing the playback for us.
Perfect timing. You just turned the volume up. Frost goes with a big race here.
What happened?
He's got you on the
He
stream.
turned your live stream on, and then said that Dom was saying that as soon as he turned it on. I don't know. Yeah,
Did Frost bluff me on the river?
Set. Okay.
The hand, it didn't read his hand. You
How
got to read his hand.
convenient. How convenient.
Wow,
Oh, you're joking, right?
I
So we don't even-
I swear
we
it
don't
didn't
even
read
know.
his hand. That was the only hand that didn't read.
Wow, unreal. The only hand I want to know the whole day.
Convenient.
Top side, wrap, flush draw, back door, front door.
There was no flush draw.
Back door, front door, 2 pair. Open-ended. Full house draw. Call 5. Told you were beat with fold draw. I don't lie when I say that. Never, no, I'm serious.
Why we don't play much? I have no idea.
No. Nash,
Right.
I'll tell you that. You
I believe you.
Yeah.
Who knows you'll see it on stream.
Yeah.
8-handed.
I'm in pretty bad shape here. Less diamonds come. A lot of diamonds out there, so that's hard to do.
Check, check,
That's the
check,
hand
check,
that might
check,
be good as well.
check. Which hand?
That was in the front.
25.
Oh, there's so many people in this hand. I'm like, where's Chad's hand? And I'm like, oh, there's hands on the right as well. 8 players to the flop.
Really high.
I really don't mind going to the booth. I'm sure everyone else will be happy too.
Yeah, no, I'm coming.
What do we think Chad has?
let me
Chad
flip a
has
little
here?
bit.
Do you
Just
think he has
hold
a
it over
deuce?
here.
Come in,
He's the most capable player to have a deuce, right?
He is. And there was a hand earlier in the stream on a deuce 9 flop that he led out of the big blind with ace queen jack deuce, and he led pretty big,
So the stream goes to
kind
one,
of
I
like he
guess?
did here. So if he does have, if he had a deuce, this would be a likely way for him
So we'll
to
be playing
play.
until
I mean,
one,
it is pretty strong betting into
Oh, yeah, half hour ago?
7 other players in a PLO flop.
Are we
So,
sure about that? No, that's what
I mean,
I'm
there's 28 cards besides yours
Half hour
out
delay. What do we?
Check, 3,500.
We also saw at least one king was
there.
going.
Oh, he did not have a deuce. Check fold.
Where you see, like against people, like you.
The aces with no fear of betting there. Basically, you got a bluff catcher with aces, so I almost like checking back a little bit there.
Completely reasonable
The 100 is
choice.
awesome.
And as I say that Chad had that deuce.
Oh, yeah.
James gets sick.
He also has been the player who's been most active, making small and medium bets on flops and just taking down flops. So either story
Yeah,
could
exactly.
be
100%. Yeah, they don't want to look dumb. They don't want to get exposed.
I told you not to do that.
Unless you're here now.
Try to do it the other way around.
Also, people are probably stuck.
You should do a 5-hour session then a stream.
That's why I know Fraz really well, and I don't even know if I've ever had the chance to play with him.
Later in the night, you always lose 6-2, so
For us, has been a fixture in the PLO games for a while now, just like Dash.
Oh yeah, legends, Michigan legends in PLO.
Jake has played a ton in the PLO games in the last 10, 15 years as well. Yeah, a lot of years of experience at the table.
once they open the door.
Call 3. Oh, you're tough.
I thought it was some
For regular temperature.
Yeah.
He said he thought he hit you right. 4 folded, 4 called, 5 folded, 6 folded. Temperature will go outside, go out for an order or two. Safe, man, brother. Check. It's safe out there. 1100.
And this is a level of aggression that we really haven't seen too much of today. Frost goes ahead and bets 7-7, 6-6 on the ace-jack-4 rainbow flop. Really betting that his opponents haven't connected very well with it. His hand also has a couple of other qualities that make it plausible as a bet. He could turn a 7 or a 6 as well as a 5 or an 8.
Ends at 11:30.
Yeah, it's 11:11.
Yeah, Faraz is really taking the initiative here. Being the original areas of pre-flop and trying to represent that strong range pre-flop, you know, aces, ace jack, ace king jack, ace king jack 10. But betting 4 of the players is pretty ambitious.
It's usually 5 hours long.
It's a good bet on Chad. Find a bet on the turn.
Channel to replays and stuff too. You don't see a game like this on the channel very often.
The music's poisoned at least 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like you were saying, I'm sure, you know, a 5 or 8 or clearly a 6 or a 7, you maybe even like a 3, you might continue there. So I'm sure he has some plans in his mind with certain cards.
200 at probably 50% of the time.
Yeah.
300 probably like.
And when that sort of stuff goes well for you, when you get the full to when you
Every time I put the 5 in, I'm just like, what is this? What am I doing here?
and win the pot, you certainly feel amazing. But these are certainly optimal types
We
of
count our stacks
that
in
you should be
25,
pretty
but we
careful
play with the
with.
5.
The thing is, when we play this kind of group of a lot of guys in here, this is, the games are 5, 10, 25, but 50, 100, 2, 3, 4.
Wait, full blind all night. Full blind all night. That's probably averaged out to like 75, 150 throughout the night. Probably about that.
Yeah. One day I had a 25, 50 game. Guy lost a building.
How do you do that?
Who cares about the lines? It's the players, it's not the lines.
That's true. You see that all the time at Hustler. They'll be playing a 25-50 game. Next thing you know, they're 200K pot. You're like, what? 200K? How is that possible?
Hear about when cars blow up.
Yeah,
Dude, what's his name? I think it was Pat. Is he like training now with one hand? He's like, remember just recap this hand in terms of big blind. Raise to 40 big blinds, 3-bet to 300 big blinds, call. Bet like 600 big blinds, shove all in.
Where they're playing, that's insane.
They were playing 25-50 and it was like a 200K pot or something.
Wow.
Everyone's all underneath. And then eventually you get chips and
It happens more often than private
it's like
games,
two stacks and they just fuck little stacks up.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that hand I was just talking about too. I don't even think there was a straddle on in that hand. Look at that 25-50 hand got up to like 200,000 without a straddle. I could be mistaken. Worst case, I think it was 50-100.
And this was a no limit game or PLO game?
This is no limit game.
When you play big bet, there's always a way to get it in.
Yeah, these sometimes the blinds don't really dictate the games.
Yeah, I was saying early in the stream, and I wondered if you would agree with this. Sometimes when you add that 100 or 200 on as the 4th or 5th blind, it actually constrains the action rather than increasing it.
This is a crazy hand right here. It was queen, 7-7, deuce, 3 hearts completed. There's 5K in there. Chad had absolutely nothing. And then I saw aces, I think, bluffing on the river. They have to be bluffed. 3 hearts, double paired board.
Unless it's 3 for the rest.
Definitely interesting seeing these hands from the observer standpoint.
He wasn't here. Last time. Yeah, it was 3 last time. Out this one. Yeah, well, no, you can play some stashes.
Yeah. C1 is absent, so 4 is gonna play. Yeah.
Just kidding. Oh, you're going out there, back.
You can always take my seat. I'm just swoop or whatever.
You guys do
So you play
You
want to play it or not? Sounds like
Go ahead.
We play like once a year. Play 3, 4 sessions.
I know. So I'm playing
You go out there.
Once or twice, play 3, 4 sessions.
When you like go visit or go to California.
No,
or
I
whatnot.
like, we put the games together.
Alright, then I'm playing for the end of the stream then.
So who's sitting there?
Mostly PLO, right?
Sitting, I can sit down.
There's
It's up to you.
Yeah,
I either not play this one, play the play the stream, or
It's up to you.
Those are
It's
the
your
best
seat.
streams, too.
go ahead. You
There's
can
only
go
10 minutes left.
I'm just gonna have my seat.
We're losing viewers.
Those done.
Who's gonna have it? Well, let's play all night. Probably. I think I'm gonna play.
Hey, send them. Don't have them go down the street.
Yeah, I got you. I think poop just my thumb and chips.
Oh, okay.
Still 4 cards, 2 boards.
Oh, yeah, you got more.
When's that cruise, November you go?
December. I don't know now because it's the same time.
This
as Bahamas.
December now.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
the same time
So
as
sick
Bahamas,
this year.
so it's like if they offer me that same deal, there's no way I can
Yeah.
do
No,
It used to be in November.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they have it in November, December, October, sometime.
You get like deal to do it.
Oh yeah, like so.
Check.
It was a very basic deal when we first started, but they're like, as we grow, you'll grow with us type thing. So
Check,
as
check.
things progress. So I've been doing it since 2013. Now that
Alright,
they
hold
hooked
the
me
action,
up, they hooked my
guys.
family up.
Oh, you're
Just
okay.
promoting it.
Check
and
Chad, you're good, Chad.
Yeah, just
bringing
like,
friends and stuff. Or
yeah, just gonna be like a face for the.
Vampire has the
Yeah.
most equity in this
Check.
hand. He is
Check.
Jack 9,
Check. Around.
top pair and a flush on the bottom board, and nothing on the top, so he's definitely not betting it. He's never betting in this
Check.
hand. Can anyone bet in this hand?
Check.
Wow, all these hands that no one has. And
Check.
not
Check.
one person. Oh, wait,
Check.
Faraz says. Yeah, he's never betting his hand, though.
Check.
He
Check.
says
Check around.
he's the only one with the flush, though.
I'm sure Proof would do it for all this.
And this was my last. I'm not in this hand. I'm getting up for Plouf.
Check. Check. Check Chad. Check the 10. Who bets 1500? Fold. Fold.
Joe, good luck on that baby.
Alright. Thank you. I'll be back.
Okay.
Correct. Fold for Vampire. Vampire calls.
Vampire looking for blood.
I mean, this is a really tough call on his part with just how Jack High flush and having nothing on the top board.
Where's that at? I've got like 4 months.
I mean, these bomb pots can be really tricky to play when you have
Who is that?
absolutely nothing on
Who
one
is that
board and just a little something on the other.
nothing on top.
Get your fucking ugly ass out of the way.
Yeah, when Joe D chooses to bet the fairly small size, it's a lot more enticing to call than if he chose to bet pot. It's interesting to see players choose to leverage having the nuts or effective nuts on one board and multi-way pots versus choosing not to leverage that and instead bet small. Not clear to me that one is better than another. But in a couple of cases, it's worked out.
It's really tough to continue in these double board bomb pots without like the nuts on at least one board. I mean, you got 9 people in a hand, and you're basically playing, you know. You're almost playing like a high-low hand, so it's like you kind of want to have, you know, something on both boards, at least the nuts on one. So having middling hands in double board bomb pots are just really dangerous.
Yep, it can, and if you try to play those middling hands
Chad's
too
100,
aggressively, it can
200,
backfire
one
you
is
rather
300, we're at
spectacularly.
300.
Oh, you guys were playing the old 1-2-3 structure.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorites.
That took place a lot.
Yeah,
the 300. I wouldn't say a lot, but at least like maybe 8% of the hands there to 300 on there.
Yeah, the 1-2-3 is a really nice, modest structure in between 100, 200, and 200, 400. It makes for a slightly more palatable game, and it has that nice ring of 1-2-3.
300.
Who's the biggest winner tonight? Joe D? Has to be Joe D. 32K now he is? Wow, he really jumped up there. Corey's doing well. I feel like Jake's.
Jake's probably up there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Chad and Faraz might be the only one losing right now. Oh no, Vampire's probably losing.
Check. Check. 500. Fold.
Yeah, sometimes these cash games are dictated by who's winning, who's losing. You get the right losers in games, these games get crazy.
Yeah, there was a bit of a debate in the chat earlier today.
Oh, here we go. Here's the stat.
And one of the people in the chat had made the comment that all of the players in this game are too rich to go on tilt from winning or losing in this session. I was arguing that that's not even remotely true.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite of the case. You know, if people are too rich and then they get stuck, they have the ability to go off the deep end because they have that ability. If you don't have a lot of money, it's hard to do that.
I wish I could say I've never seen someone without money go off the deep end, but
it happens in credit games.
I think we've seen that, yeah.
Feels good. Play some poker again. Yeah.
Thanks.
Next one's at your house.
Already ended?
Yeah,
I was less for you.
I know you.
Let's raise the 500. Can you put your cards in the box for me? Yeah. Got him, James? Thank you.
Remember the executive game?
Still 10?
Remember the executive game that Mike did for some round?
Yeah. Good on 10? 500.
He never aired it.
He never aired it, and he didn't run again. Why couldn't he?
I don't know. It was sick.
I don't know. It was good.
I'm like throwing a party, dude.
Yeah.
I'm getting in. I'm like, oh. I'm like, this shit's gonna be on YouTube. I gotta make it good for Mike, you know? And he's like, we're not gonna use this fucking Sorry, Crypto did this like thing in his house. He set up all the cameras, everything, table soup forever. So I'm like, it's like 510. I'm like, I'm just going nuts because I'm like, yo, this is gonna be sick. I'm doing it for crypto. I'm like, all in all. Went for like 15,000. He's like, we're not gonna use this footage. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like not a big game, you know?
Yeah.
I gotta even somehow, but yeah, it's stupid.
I feel like playing and watching these games are always like so much better when you have a talkative table. Like some of the best stories I've ever heard, you know, have come at the poker table. So, you know, getting an insight to all these crazy guys' stories and games or.
One game we played with
yeah, it was good, bro. That game was sick.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm a the next.
And that's another fun thing that's influenced by who gets winner and who gets loser. The winners are always a lot more willing to share their crazy stories than the losers are.
He's great. I love it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to be very talkative in games when you're winning too. When you're losing, you're just like.
That game's just fun.
I mean, there's plenty of people out there that are great sports doing both.
Yeah,
but for the most part, people tend to get a little bit quieter.
There's like all like my good friends, so like I talk a lot of shit to them.
But it's like a lot. Over $500.
Where is this?
And one of the nice things about playing with a lot of guys from Team Michigan is they're just really happy to share their experiences and their places in the community. It's fun to have these relationships over so many years with so many people. I've played poker with Dash since I was 20 years old. I've known Andy pretty well for 10 years. Vampire is a new friend of mine, but suddenly a good friend, and so on. It's just a really great group of people to spend time with.
Yeah, you're gonna meet a lot of great people in poker. I know a lot of these guys really well. I know Corey really well. Bashir, who's Vampire, I know really well. Faraz. Yeah, there's a lot of close relationships. It's like anything you do in life. Anyone you work with or share an activity with. Miss Fishy in the chat says this game is nitty, even though 60% of the people are playing higher than 50% VPIP with 5 blinds. Raised to 1150 with the 9-7-4-3 in this nitty game. Call with the King Queen 8-8.
Yeah, we'll do the final hand. We'll do a showdown.
This amount of VPIP is not that high. I can't find these 9-7-4-3 raises. See if Faraz does something with these blockers. I feel like he's too creative of a player not to use these pocket 8s to.
One at a time.
But again, like it's tough though. Like these, as you see, these pots are so big, so fast. You know, someone bets, 3K or 3,500. Can you really check raise bluff with blockers? Becomes a lot harder. Chad Ben took it down.
I want to do 1K bomb pot.
No, sure.
Don't be a pussy.
You want to say that.
Good. Don't be a pussy.
Is that sweet, man?
Let's out then.
Let's do 500 and go to the flop. Everybody goes 500 to the flop.
These bomb pots kept getting bigger too. Started at 100, then 200, then 300.
It's not a bomb. You just
We
put
wanted to do a
500,
bomb,
then you play the flop.
We wanted to do the bomb for like the card at a time for the viewers.
These games have a life to them, and over the course of the length of the game, they can change so much.
Can we just play that? Come on,
Just play. We're gonna stall out the stream.
That's what I'm saying. We're losing viewers.
Yeah, we're losing viewers.
200 is all. We're just doing a regular hand.
More action than regular.
Pots are fun, show them one card and all that.
Nah, it's fine. It's
500 to the board.
Just for the viewers.
I think they prefer this.
4,500 going to the flop. You don't think?
In the chat.
They're discussing what they think viewers prefer. Viewers, what do you prefer? Not sure if you guys have been listening to.
Showdowns, they do that
No, I'm not
on
saying
the
bomb,
streams
but
all
I'm
the
saying
time.
everybody put 500 and goes to the flop.
How's that different?
What is this?
Because you're gonna keep playing. One board.
Yeah, no, showdowns.
Showdown is just.
Because you can keep
Showdown, I can showdown without
Let's
them.
just stall it out.
You guys like 2 boards? You guys like 1 boards? You guys like bomb pots? Or just like the classic?
Let's gamble. Let's gamble some, boys.
Gambling is announced.
Call 5.
Okay, well,
Fold. Jack 8. Put him in. Sorry, put him in the bot. Like this. 2 called. 2 called. 3 called. I got 4 players. Check. Check. Check.
Chad's putting 1100 in with the 9743, but only wants to put the 500 in with the ace 98. With ace high diamonds.
He's banking on a lot of deception. His opponents won't put him on aces. You know, and in some cases that might be true.
For some players, that's reasonable logic, but when you're playing 70-some% VPIP and you 3-bet someone, I don't think they're necessarily putting you on aces.
Is that better than Tampa?
They say Tampa is better.
Good thing he got out of there.
Fort Lauderdale's way bigger.
Oh yeah. What about poker wise?
Corey found a way.
Poker.
Fort Lauderdale.
Decent PLO game.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I think it's easy for people to overrate deception in poker and think that they need to confuse their opponent more deliberately than they do. I think pretty often the best approach is to make a good hand and bet a lot with it. And unless your opponents are going to be very, very sophisticated or disciplined, that approach is going to serve you very well. And in this case, you know, Chad could have probably taken a more aggressive line with his aces.
Yeah, I mean, I know where his logic's coming from. I know I had aces one time on this stream. I think I had ace 4-8. Not as good at aces, but I kind of had the logic of like, you know, I was the tightest one at the table, and I'm like, someone like me 3-betting, it's gonna be a lot easier to pinpoint me on aces, and these are bad aces, and you know we still have a lot behind us. So you know I opted to call, but you know a good ace is I'm always 3-betting if I'm, you know, showing my hand face up. It's like I'm also going to be 3-betting like the hands like I mentioned with Corey, like the ace king jack 10s. There's a lot of good hands you can 3-bet to, you know, keep your aces a little bit balanced, but good aces you should be juicing up the pots and, you know, weeding out less hands. And then if you're playing a really high VPIP and you get aces, you should definitely just be juicing up the pots.
I think that's a pretty good piece of advice for people watching the stream. You know, when you have a feeling or when your opponents are so generous as to just tell you, you always have aces here, or you always have that hand here, then it's always good to add other hands to what you're betting with in those circumstances. So here we are. Chad leading the field with 76% VPIP. My booth mate here, Joe, coming in at the bottom with 30, and who the heck knows what those numbers even mean, to be honest.
Funny thing is 30% is not even that low in a 10-handed PLO game. But
absolutely,
I definitely felt like I was on the bottom playing. I really wish I could have gotten involved more. I wanted to play some hands.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be nitty.
Well, thanks to all the viewers tuning in. It was fun to watch these guys get wild on the PLO streets, and thank you very much for your time and all your chat tonight.
Yeah, and thanks for having me, and hopefully I see a lot of you on Wednesday for this bounty tournament.
Good luck to everyone trying to take Joe's chips.
See you guys. Have a good night.
A follow-up there for me, coming in for those guys. But just going to give you the rest of our schedule here. Tomorrow, our ever-popular team tournament kicking off at 5 o'clock. $20,000 guaranteed, $300 per team. It's always a packed house. We got a deep stack tournament at 8 o'clock, so you can swap out with your teammates in both tournaments. Wednesday is that huge bounty tournament. CADA's going to be back. Dash Dudley's going to be back. Profitable Ploufs out there, Jim Kandersky, all with $1,000 bounties on their head, along with a handful of other $250 bounties out there of notable players from the area. 30,000 guaranteed bounty tournament, 2 days away at 5 o'clock. And then, of course, the main event coming up on the weekend. $250,000 guaranteed, $400 buy-in with a $2,000 multi-bag bonus. 10% going to advance off of each flight, with day ones on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. Day two will be on Sunday at 1 p.m., and then we'll close it out with a 2 p.m. deep stack. I think that says 2 p.m. Not sure if that's 2 or 3. We got a little cutoff on the bottom there. Either way, I know everybody's going to be in day 2 of the main event anyway, so they're not going to need to play that deep stack closer. $120 buy-in, $60K in starting chips, 20-minute blind levels. And there's the ever-popular trophy. Huge shout-out to Team Michigan for putting this game together tonight. What a treat. What a treat. I am Adam Sugg, the Professor. Like I said, tough to follow up those guys. Tough to follow up a main event champion here in the booth. But, hey, I did it. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.